Good evening, everybody. I would like to call to order the City of Fraser regular council meeting for Thursday, July 14th, 2022 at 6:32 p.m. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, Cindy, could you please call roll call for council members?
Councilmember Bransky.
Present.
Councilmember Blakeney.
Present.
Mayor Carnegie.
Here.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Here.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Present.
Okay, at this time, I would need a motion to approve the agenda unless there are any amendments to that agenda. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move item 7Q, Historical Commission reappointments, up to be 7D1.
Okay. Any comments or questions on that motion from the audience? Any from council? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Oh, I've got an addition that we emailed out earlier, to add item 7S, which would be full-time clerical vacancy.
I'll make a motion to amend to add item S, full-time clerical vacancy, to the agenda.
A motion and a second. Any comments and questions on that motion? Any comments from the audience? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd now like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, citizen participation. At this time, if there's anyone in the audience or online that would like to make a comment related to an agenda item only, and you're not around the entire part of the meeting to make those comments, now's the time to do so if you'd like. I see none in the audience. None online? Okay, I'll bring it back to chair. Item 6, consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
A motion, and second, to approve the agenda as submitted. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7, new business. Item A is Councilmember David Winowicki's resignation. So unfortunately, we have to formally accept Mr. Winowicki's resignation, so I will make that motion. I missed hearing you for the consent agenda.
We are waiting.
My left-hand man, I was waiting for, like, well, not this time, but I'll go ahead and, regrettably, we have to accept your resignation at this time, and I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
A motion and second. Any comments and questions on that motion? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you again, David, for everything you've done.
Truly.
Absolutely.
I'm moving into retirement, so he's there on soon to follow.
Okay, good. Think you can keep up with him?
I think it's the opposite.
Okay. Item B is a council vacancy. Based on, we do have council rules that were set in place. Our council rules would appoint the next highest vote getter of the previous election. Mr. Denault, would you like to reiterate that rule, and I believe that we did send an email to that person and to confirm that person would be interested, and that was Ms. Kolka, and she did express her interest, so if you want to take it from there.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As I've communicated with all of you and the city manager and the city clerk, in 2016, the city council decided to amend its rules of procedure and policies to say that in the absence or in the event of a vacancy on the city council, rather than go through a process that might result in never getting the vacancy filled, the next highest vote getter from the previous election will be appointed if that person wants that role. And if not, then you go to the next person down the list, the next person down the list. And then if nobody wanted that role, then obviously it would come back to city council for nominations or to take letters of interest. So long as the person next on the list has expressed that interest and willingness to serve, that person is by rule appointed unless the city council for some reason should choose to not or to undo its or suspend its rules for purposes of this particular situation. So with that, it isn't a matter of a motion and a vote. It's just a matter of extending that invitation, having the person accept. That has been done, to my understanding, with a letter that was sent and by email accepted, I believe. And that individual, as my understanding, was Suzanne Kolka, was the next highest vote getter of the last election. I believe she's here today in attendance to express whether or not she stands behind her initial expression of interest. And there really isn't much more to it. The charter requires that she take an oath of office, obviously, before she can serve. But if she were able to take that tonight, she would be allowed to serve, and there aren't any restrictions on that. Certainly, council could have some discretion on taking a break or allowing her to get situated if she is indeed the appointee. But that's the process that we have in place at the moment, unless the city council were to change that. That's all I have.
So at this time, I'll open the floor up to council members to be heard if they would like to be heard on this matter, and then I will open up to the audience if they have any comments. Councilman Odell.
So reviewing the process that was put in place, I agree with the process. It should go down the line with the next vote getter and so on and so forth. The issue I have with the rule is it says shall, and just like every appointment that comes before our council, it should be allowed where audience participation, council participation, and a majority vote to appoint that person. I don't think it should be an appointment, not an anointment. So, it really, the way I see it, that we're elected representatives of the people, so we should be able to comment on the appointment, and it should be a majority vote of the council to seat that person, just like the historical commission that we're going to reappoint here shortly. If we have to give audience participation on that and council, ability for council to comment on that, I think that must be in place. So I would be interested in doing that. So Don, if I were to propose a motion, would I have to propose to suspend the rule and then do that, or?
Yes, Mr. Odell, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So the rules are in place, and the only way to suspend them is by a majority vote of those of you here.
Okay.
So you would propose a motion to suspend, you don't have to get too specific, to suspend the city council appointment rule, and assuming it's seconded, then there would be the normal discussion and voting on your motion.
Okay. Well, I would like to make that motion that we follow the process as stipulated, but to allow citizen participation, council participation, and a majority vote of the council to seat whoever is appointed.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I have a question before that.
Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem?
That's what he just said we were going to do.
No, the rule says shall, which means it's automatic. So,
Oh, no, he just said we were going to ask questions. He just asked if we had any questions, and then he
Right.
said we were going to go to the public for any questions. So that's exactly what you just said you wanted done. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm just saying that's exactly what he just said.
I just think it should follow that process. We're elected.
I don't disagree with you on that, but I'm like, that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, well,
That's why I was
From what I
confused.
understood,
I don't disagree with him either.
from what I
thought we
understood
had to
with
vote on it.
communications from prior, that it was shall, which
Yeah.
means if she says, or whoever's in line says yes, it's just automatic. There's no vote, no citizen participation. That's how I understood.
Oh, okay. I was just like, we are.
So,
I
yeah.
was opening the floor to council, then open it up to
Okay.
the audience for participation, and then bring it back. If there are no comments, it would be an appointment. If council so desires and wants to vote on it, then that would be suspend the rules and take a formal vote.
So I think we should have had this conversation last time, because I thought the same thing. I thought it was going to be make a motion to appoint her, whatever. But because we decided last time to follow the rule, and that would be where we would, if we didn't want, well, I mean, we can do it at any point, but, okay, just so we understand the because this is obviously the first time this is happening, since this is a new rule, and we do need a rule, so, okay, yeah.
So we are following the rule of the process. Councilman Sutherland.
I think where the difference comes in, and correct me if I'm wrong in your motion, what you're saying is that there should be a vote at the end rather than automatic appointment. So that's the difference, is like, you're saying that there should be the discussion, comments from the public. However, then it should be brought back to council for a vote. That is why you are making a motion. to
Okay, that makes
suspend.
more sense.
Okay.
Because I was like,
Yeah, so I see the difference.
was like-
So, I mean, I'll second the motion.
Do we have a motion second? Councilwoman Blanky.
Well, I agree, and I think, you know, as the mayor stated, he would have went out and asked, and we would have done the usual part of the protocol of the meeting. And I know that when we passed this rule in 16, certainly we voted on it as a council. I recall that vote. You guys do too? Okay. So it would make sense if after, just sort of put the icing on the cake. That's what we do. So let's just do it, right?
Yeah. We have a motion on the floor, we have a second to do that, exactly. Councilwoman
So
Sutherland.
with that being said, I would suggest a roll call vote then for the motion in the second.
Oh, we don't need a roll call for a motion.
Can we get clarification on exactly what that motion?
I was literally going to ask the same thing.
Understand,
I'm like,
my
what?
understanding is that you're going to stray from the rules. So you're kind of bypassing the shall, and that your motion is to suspend the rules of council so that you can have a vote for the position.
Following the process that's laid out in the rule, just,
Right.
And that
Following the
council
process
has-
that you have this motion to suspend the rules.
right, that council allows citizen participation,
Yep.
council discussion, and a final vote to appoint.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilwoman Brandt.
Yeah, I agree in theory. My only objection is because, not saying this is political, but when you don't follow the rule in the moment, it becomes potentially political. And that is the last thing I want is for anyone to say there was political on either side, whether I vote for it or against it. But I 100%, I thought we were going to be taking a vote. So I will, I just don't want anyone to
That's
think
just-
like,
That's exactly kind of why I just was going to let council talk, let the
Yeah.
audience talk, and then I would
We already voted.
do that. So,
That was my understanding after last meeting too, was that there would be a vote.
right. So
No
it's,
problem. So we do have a motion, we have a second to suspend the rules, to follow the process, but then take a vote at the end of the conversations. Right? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Is there, Councilman Baranski?
I guess just the caveat to that then, probably what we want to do at some point is clean that up just going forward so that what everyone's assumption was is what the legal, because shall is shall. So just put that on our agenda to not make us have to deviate from the rule, but have the rule be what we think it is.
Right.
Find a different word,
So if you
Don.
could help us, Don, that would be, I guess I'm going to make a motion for Don to
take the
fix that.
ambiguous language out of it. Shall we?
Not ambiguous.
It's the clear language.
It's,
Well, it's not really,
it's
because
the
shall
less
can
than
be
ambiguous.
interpreted.
Yeah, we want to just make it clear
I
that,
don't think we need a motion for that. I'll
Right.
work with Don,
Perfect,
and
yeah.
we'll rephrase the language to make it more mirror what you are doing this evening.
perfect.
So at this time, I will again open it up to more council comments at this time. Councilman Odell.
Okay. So the problem I have with appointing Ms. Kolka is not that she's not qualified, meets the basic qualifications for sitting on council, because she did. She did for 4 years. My biggest problem is how she treats residents, taxpayers, anybody that disagrees with her, points she's trying to make or stance on something. She has the tendency to lash out at residents online. I'd like to give some specific examples. For example, January 22nd, 2019, in the Fraser Meadows North subdivision, she did a post after the very difficult vote of PA 33. One of the neighbors, and I'm in that group because I live in that subdivision as well. And one of the residents, PA, was saying the biggest problem that I see was this was put up for a vote, talking about PA 33, I believe was twice voted no. The residents, that is the residents talking, and said that it was ignored and passed by council anyways. That pretty much says residents' votes don't matter. Ms. Kolka responded with some of why she voted the way she did, but she goes, you do realize that all neighborhood and communities that have a police or fire village have passed it without issue. So what is Fraser's problem? The truth is, it failed because people believe propaganda. The residents don't know or don't want to read what's happening or cannot believe how financially strapped Fraser is. And because I know the truth and believe our finance director, I cannot believe you truly want to see your city fail and watch your biggest investment lose its value. And then explains how it could go into emergency manager situation. Ms. PA responds, respectfully, Suzanne, I'm an accountant of 47 years. I requested financials. Another council member gave them to me. And later on she goes, and please stop inferring that the residents of Fraser don't know what's best for them. Some of us are intelligent, hardworking people who understand budgets and spending and believe it or not, run corporations. Don't tell me that I want the city to fail because that's insulting to me and every other hardworking resident in the city. Suzanne responded, PA, I don't think we've ever met, but you seem incredibly angry. I did not cause this financial situation. If you think I insulted your intelligence, then you haven't been listening. She later went on to say, you think that was easy? You think taking on people like yourself who are clearly very angry at me and bitter and make nasty comments about our council when you should actually get involved? It's easy. PA responds, I'm not angry at all, but it seems as though you are because some people challenge you, and you truly miss the point of many of these conversations. The residents of Fraser don't have financials or budgets in front of them to see or maybe realize what they mean. They are hearing council tell them what they need more money, and even accordingly to your posts have not been completely forthcoming with the truth or facts. They only hear what they're told. It's hard when people think they're being ripped off with no explanation or data given. So you should have more empathy with the residents instead of accusing me. Suzanne responds, PA, I've seen your nasty comments and this council on Facebook page in the past. I haven't missed the point. I don't have all the answers, but I see the big picture. And I think it's pretty clear I'm not afraid to be challenged. She later goes on to say, but I've done the work and have the occasion no better than most. PA responds, wow, I guess you didn't read my post. I'm not angry or mad or anything else, like you say, just concerned. So stay calm and have a good day. I'm exhausted. On September 1st, 2021, in the Enough group that has about 8,400 members, about half of Fraser, there was a post about a court ordinance for a shed. Susan G. was talking to her residents, Nancy, maybe he's a smart one, not taking the bait and commenting on the frivolous, well, and you said this and that, or you do this or that, and get off the wagon, take responsibility, and the bannering goes on and on. OMG, the city of Fraser is still a Charlotte's weaving its web. Suzanne responded, Susan, yeah, that's it. Put your head in the sand and act like an ostrich. Perfect. Susan replies, Ms. Kolka, what the heck are you talking about? Putting my head in the sand and act like an ostrich? I really pity your emotional state of mind at the moment. I interpret your comments as defensive and aggressive approach to lighting a fire. I simply choose to withdraw from all the bantering back and forth. I found myself getting caught up in trivial courtroom banter. In that same discussion, there was like 190 comments. Christine and Sean said, Suzanne Kolka, your reply is always watch the meetings, end of story. Suzanne says, this response truly shows you are not really interested in asking any constructive questions or getting informed. The day before the election, in the Enough page. I just got a couple more and I'll be done, I promise.
Trying to find the point.
My point is I find a pattern of when challenged, lash out at residents. Let me just, a couple more, I'll be quick, I swear. On the day after the election, she responded on a local podcast here that talks about Fraser events. Good morning, I'm fine, I never did this for accolades. Although this was the best council in almost 2 decades and the city wants to change, it's very clear the city doesn't know what it wants. So disappointed for the city, not for me. Former Mayor Doug Haggerty said in the same thing, I guess the city of Fraser voters did not adore Suzanne as much as she thought. Suzanne tagged Doug and said, sometimes you just have to accept that people are SHITTY humans and stop trying to see the good that isn't there. Last but not least, on that same podcast, she goes, well, apparently that's what the people want, or they're just naive. I'm going to go with the latter. So this is my view. If city employees talk to citizens that way, I would have a big problem with that. And we're about considering appointing a person that talks to citizens. They have true questions, want responses, and get lashed out at. I don't think she has the right temperament and professionalism to represent the city. And when she got elected, she had 2,700 votes. This last time around, 1,200. That means 1 out of every 2 people that voted for her before did not vote for her this time. So in my view, I cannot support this appointment solely based on how she treats residents who disagree, challenge, or go up against her. And I understand we all, as council members, have issues where we might have uncomfortable conversations, but you still have to respect the residents. You represent the residents. If you're not going to represent the residents in a professional manner and call them naive because they didn't see it your way, I have a big problem with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Blanky.
Well, I've never seen anything like this or heard of anything like this, and of course, we've never even talked, more than a couple of conversations. But I didn't expect tonight to be like a witch hunt. And what it turned into was your opinion and your understanding, and that's fine. You have that right to do that. I also have my right to my understanding and how I voted in 16 with 2 other council people up here. I think it's really a sad day in Fraser when someone can speak publicly and diminish somebody's character. Did you not see what happened in the last election? Mayor Carnegie ran unopposed. There were 4 people that ran for 3 seats, 5 people. One was I don't know if it was legitimate, the write-in or whatever that was. But my point is, it isn't as though we had, 17 people running. And regardless of a person's stand and the way they conduct themselves, residents are residents. She's a resident, I'm a resident, you're a resident. What are you trying to do, monitor freedom of speech when someone's having a social conversation on the internet, however they deal with it? If my child ran in the middle of the street on Janet 40 years ago, my reaction to that could be very different than someone else's. My point is, I'm disappointed because all you did was throw a hand grenade. We're trying to do business now. We don't have the right to withdraw votes that Mrs. Kalka received. I haven't talked to Mrs. Kalka 3 times since she left. We're not social friends. We're not close friends. We're trying to get a job done here. This isn't a witch hunt. And that's wrong of you to feel that you have the right. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to anybody. No one's perfect.
No, I'm
There
not
was
saying.
no, and there's no reason for this. The residents handle themselves well. I've had great respect. I've been here a long, long time. And yes, I've probably hurt feelings, and I apologize for that. But I did the best I could. Because my temperament or my intent is different than someone else's, doesn't make me right or wrong, and that was very unnecessary, what we just heard. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to continue on. We're going to continue on with the business, what's in hand now. Everyone has the right to speak and all that, but this is all about moving on with business and
Thank you.
moving forward. So unless it's related to that, please don't comment. Councilman Bransky, you were next.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Suzanne Kelka to the vacancy created by the resignation of Councilmember Winniwicki.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any comments and questions on the motion? Mr. Odell, your light's on?
No, just respond respectfully to Mrs. Blanky.
We
Oh,
really, Pat, I
Okay,
mean,
I'm
we have
just-
the stands now, we understand it's, this council's,
Agree to disagree.
yeah. We put a good group together. We all have
I don't
our
wanna take away from
differences.
that.
We all have our differences and how we do things and do things, but we still gotta work together and get the business done that we talked about. So let's just get the business done, that's all, for the city. That's- Okay, so we have a motion. We did have a second. Second. Any comments and questions on that motion from the audience?
Good evening again. My name is Ray Wojciechowski from Fraser Senior Housing. In regard to Susan Kalka, I've been coming to meetings since I moved to Fraser in 2013. From 2014 on, most of you have seen me at 90% of these meetings. Yes, I do take an active interest in Fraser. I've watched every one of you. I've been social events, the farmers market, the carnival, everything else where I've watched people at the things. You've all seen me at those places. You've seen me do my talents with entertainment. In regard to Susan, out of all the people I've ever seen on console in the last 9 years, I never saw one person actually have the emotions that she had with actual tears coming out of her eyes. She loved this city so much. I hope you all can see that, how she loved this city. I never saw any one of you with tears in your eyes because she was so emotional. And I'm getting emotional now too because that's the way she loves this city. And she had her kids take active part in the city problems. I saw her kid. There's only one other person that I saw in all the council people who had a person that was very active. And that's Amy Bransky's sister. Amy, your sister was fantastic at the voting thing. You know what I'm talking about? I do. That was the only person, like a cheerleader for the city. Mm-hmm. Yes, I say vote for Susan Kalka and keep her here. She has emotions. She may have had her problems, but I never even heard of these things. But man, she loves this city. I think she loves the city more than any of you up there. I hate to say it that way, but I may be right and I may be wrong. I don't know. Thank you very much.
David Winniwicki, now as a citizen, as a resident, former council person, 32487 Woody. I don't put a lot of faith in social media. Social media is nothing but a big zoo for trollers. And so when that happens and people put a lot of trust and faith in comments and interchanges back and forth. I think it's like crazy. I don't have a Facebook page and I don't follow it. And this last campaign started off very negatively, on the wrong foot, because there was a lot of assumptions from a lot of people. And it went the wrong way. And so, me, unfortunately, having to step down, I put a lot of faith. I ran 2 campaigns alongside of Suzanne Kelka. And I'm going to tell you, she has the best interest of this city in her mind, in her heart, and in her soul. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Anybody else? I'll bring it back to a vote. Don, do I do a roll call vote or just a regular vote's fine?
Mr. Mayor, it's just a voice vote unless someone asks for a roll call vote.
Okay. In your motion, did you specify? It doesn't matter to you?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. 2 opposed, motion carries. Suzanne, would you like to please step up and take the oath so we can get you seated and get on with business?
Aren't your own name tag? My husband can't find anything. I'm looking.
It's okay. Well, you get used to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of Fraser City Council Member
of Fraser City Council office member
in and for the city of Fraser,
and in and for the city of Fraser,
County of Macomb,
County of Macomb,
State of Michigan,
state of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability and passion. Thank you.
Congratulations.
You attorneys always trying to make it longer. Oh, anybody could have done it.
Thank you very much. Do I get to say something? Can
Only the chair of the meeting can allow that, Ms. Kolka.
I say something?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would just want to thank David for all of your hard work and dedication and loyalty and friendship. You are just an amazing man. And this city is losing an amazing, amazing advocate. I want to thank my fellow council people for having supported me. We've had to do some very difficult things the last 4 years, and they haven't been easy. But together, we worked very well together to get all these things done. So I am ready to dig in and get going and get the business of the city done and going and all those good things. So thank you for your support. I truly appreciate it. And as always, I am a team player. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
You don't have a name up here, so if I don't call on you, don't yell at me.
I'll be David.
Okay.
David's not up there either, so.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
Which slide is yours? Just 'cause-
The second to
Okay.
the end.
okay.
The one that's blank.
Here, I can push it on a couple times here.
You got
I
it.
will tell you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item C, HydroCorp Cross Connection Program Update.
I wanted to
11.
bring this item to the agenda because we've had quite a few questions and concerns from residents regarding the cross-connection control program that we are working on as required by the state. We do have a representative here from HydroCorp, Mr. Paul Patterson, that is here to be able to answer some questions. I think we do still have some internal issues that we are working on at this point in time, so he should be able to hopefully kind of walk us through some of the issues that are going on and the state requirements and why we're doing kind of what we're doing.
Good evening.
Evening. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Paul Patterson with HydroCorp. Obviously, we've been helping out with your cross-connection control program, specifically on the residential side. Got started around October last year. I was asked to come out. I assumed maybe it was because you had questions, or else I will sit here and blather on for a half hour. So if there's anything specific you would like me to address, maybe we could start there.
I think I can kind of mention some of the issues.
Yeah, if you can go
Perfect.
over some of the emails.
Predominantly.
Yeah.
Right, so probably one of the biggest issues that we're having is why are we doing internal? I guess a lot of other communities are only doing external. And then also one of the other problems that we're dealing with is the backup sump pumps that are driven by water, and trying to figure out if what people have in their households is legally permissible or if they need to be replaced. We're kind of working within the building department, the mechanical inspector, reaching out to other communities and other resources to try to really get to the bottom of this and make sure that we're doing the right thing. I think probably the biggest question that we still kind of have unanswered is what's the difference between what we were doing versus other communities? Because a lot of people have reached out to me saying, well, other communities are only doing the external. Is this something that the state requirement requires you to do internal, and maybe eventually, like a phase 2, other communities are going to be doing internal, which could potentially cost twice as much because then you pay a contractor to come twice. So that's probably the biggest question that maybe you can answer tonight. As far as the water-driven pumps, we're still working on finding answers to that.
Okay. So as far as the difference, I'll start with the difference in the programs and kind of what the state requires, okay? So this is all driven by the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act, Public Act 399. Specifically, Part 14 covers the cross-connection control rules. In those rules, they do not make, there's no difference between a residential home and a commercial building, right? The requirements are the same. It states that the municipality has to have a program. That program has to include inspections on a certain time frame. That time frame is determined by the municipality with guidance through Eagle. Eagle guidance says high hazard facilities, every year we need to go in and take a look at those. Low hazard, every 2 to 4, minimum once every 5 to 10. So when we kind of sat down and planned this out, we put the residents on 10-year cycle. So we're on a 10-year cycle to get through all of the residents. That complies with the rule. So that's how we presented it to Eagle. I guess I should back up a step. What got us here is Eagle comes out once every 3 years for a sanitary survey, and one of the things they look at is, are you complying with this rule? And at the time, the city did not have a residential program, which is not uncommon. It's been a new push, I'll say. The requirement's always been there, but the enforcement was a little wishy-washy for a lot of years, up until about 5-6 years ago. So that's kind of how we got started. Like I said, the rule does require inspections of the entire property, which would include the interior of the home, which is what we're doing here. So what you have right now is a fully compliant program. And that's always the goal, right? We want to comply with what we have to. Other communities have chose a different approach. On the in a lot of the communities where we're handling the external inspections, it was presented to Eagle that the water department personnel would conduct the internal inspections. So if they are not doing that, they're supposed to be doing it. In other communities, it was a case of, okay, we need to do something. We're going to do this partial exterior, partial compliance is kind of how I term it. But we know we're doing a wholesale meter exchange program. We got to get in the homes at that time. So we'll just do the inspections when we change the meters. So that's how that was presented to Eagle. So it's been kind of a mix with how each community wanted to approach it. I know in my initial discussions with Mark Ragsdale, along with this, there is our new lead and copper requirements. So part of what we're doing is assisting with that as well. And that would lead us to go into the home additionally, because we're trying to determine which homes have lead service lines. You have to have an inventory of all your homes completed. So that was kind of tied into this as well. We said, yes, once we get in the basement, we record that lead service line, if it's lead, copper, plastic, whatever the case is. So we're kind of killing two birds with one stone, right? So does that all make sense so far? Or any questions on any of that?
The only part that makes sense, when you said to check in the inside, our water department is supposed to be doing the inspections inside, or is that part of what you guys are doing too,
That's what we're doing for you.
for us?
Yes. And that's why, because the question I think was, why are we going into the home in the city of Fraser, where maybe in another community we work for, we're not?
Right.
So it's, again, it goes back to that compliance. The city opted for we want to be fully compliant with the state regulations.
Okay. Yeah, I've got multiple questions on here, so if you'd let me run through this.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Okay, so I have a few questions, because we have residents who have reached out. So, question one, are you only doing people who have sub pumps in their basement, or is it literally every resident in Fraser?
It will literally be every home in the city.
Okay, but you just started with the sub pump people.
No, we started in a geographic location.
Okay, so that's answer number one.
And if you look on the city website, I believe there's a map that has the quadrants mapped out.
Okay,
Well, we-
All right, we've got information linked to the webpage that you put together for us
Yes.
that has all of the quadrants.
Yes. Yep.
When you say sump pumps, are you talking just sump pump or a water backup system?
talking sub pumps.
Just
I
plain
think
sump
it's
pump,
backup.
without a water backup system.
Yeah, he just said every.
Well, yeah,
so it
I
doesn't
mean,
matter.
a sump pump's a sump, there's different types of sump
Right.
pumps.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're just looking at homes that have the water backup.
See, that's where I was confused, because I was told they're only doing those right now, the ones with
No.
backup systems.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if
Yeah.
I may, when Paul and I originally sat down to plan this out, again, it's a 10-year program. Within 10 years, we will have inspected every home in the city. And the reason this geographical area was picked first is because going by our water meter accounts, we know majority of the people in this sub have 2 meters. So when you have 2 meters, that tells us that you have a sprinkler system. And when you have a sprinkler system, we automatically know that there's a cross connection there that requires a cross connection, a backflow preventer. So that's why this specific geographical location was chosen first, because we know that there's the possibility of high hazards in that area.
Okay.
well, first off, Mr. Ragsdale, just so you know, like, I have 2 meters, but I do not have a sprinkling system. I did that because it's cheaper. My mom put it in decades ago before I bought the house, so that we wouldn't be charged for, the sewer, yeah. So when I would water, my mom was a big vegetable grower, so I'm not. But anyway, so there are a lot of us who have 2 meters for that purpose, and people who have pools have 2 meters, but they don't have sprinkling systems. I don't know anybody in Fraser that really wants to water their lawn with how much our water costs, but anyway. So with this program, I know he said 10 years, so, and you said I want to get it right. So you were saying every 5 to 10 years. So are you anticipating for the residents, majority of the residents, that once every 10 years? Because one of the people emailed us and said every year. So which is it?
For, well, I don't want to confuse what we do with testing of backflow preventers, okay? Because it's 2 separate things. So the inspections that we do, the residents should be on, well, will be on a 10-year cycle,
Okay,
unless the state loosens up on that rule.
okay,
But that's currently as far out as they let us go.
gotcha. Okay, so,
About the second part.
The testing,
Councilwoman Shonak, every year where that comes in play is the homes that have the water backup sump pump.
Okay.
They are required to have an RPZ, a reduced pressure zone valve, that is a high hazard, backflow preventer. That is a testable device. Per the plumbing code, that device has to be tested every year.
okay,
That is where the testing issue comes in every year. Now, people can choose to disconnect that line from the city's water supply and the cross connection no longer exists, or they can choose to go to a battery backup system where there's no cross connection at all, and they will not need to get anything tested. But every home will be inspected once every 10 years.
okay. So then my next question is, what is the cost to our citizens for this first-time thing? And then obviously, if there's upgrades, I know that they need to pay for them, correct? But are we charging the residents? And if we are, how much are the residents being charged to have this, since we're all going to have to deal with it? I mean, obviously, and I know prices go up, but like right now.
for our inspections,
Go ahead, Paul.
no, you just answered.
Okay, so but then the yearly inspection that these people may have to have, is there a charge for that?
Not from the city, but that will be up to them to contact a plumber that is licensed in backflow prevention testing. And that can range anywhere from 50 to 150.
Okay.
My experience over the years has been the best way for citizens to handle that, especially if they're in association, is they get together and they find a plumber to come in and knock multiple ones out at once, and they can really negotiate a good price to have them done all at one time. But the going rate would be anywhere, it's gonna be anywhere from 50 to 150, depending on the service call charge, to have that tested once a year.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had is, the one individual that emailed all of us with their concerns, they also said something about their plumber said that this was not necessary, and I just said, well, I encouraged that individual to reach out to our DPW director and have the plumber and him talk together so that they could find out where the disconnect, no pun intended, was there. Because if we're being told by the state, and that's the other thing, is the resident wanted to know why we were doing this, and I said, this is not something that we wanted to do. I want to make that clear, that this was mandated by the state of Michigan. So if you're mad or unhappy, you have to contact your state representative, because unfortunately, as this body, we can't help you on this one, as much as we would love to.
Here's where the issue lies. And Paul, if I'm wrong, please correct me. The issue with the water backup supply is currently there is a double check valve there. The double check valve will protect for backflow. The problem is it's not certified to protect in a high hazard situation. And because that line goes into your sump well, anything can make its way into the groundwater, into that, any kind of contaminants into that sump well, therefore making it a high hazard. So no, the plumber is wrong, because it's not per the plumbing code. And Paul, could you please comment on that?
Sure. I'll take it one step further. So water sump pumps, if you read the plumbing code, you will not find a reference to those, right? It's one of those things that you've got to kind of read the code, interpret the code, and plug bits and pieces in. Luckily, at some point, the state did that for us. So the state plumbing board is the one that actually decided, yes, they have to require a reduced pressure backflow preventer. The reason they did it was for all the reasons Mark just talked about. If you piece together the code, that's where you're going to end up, is that is the requirement. So the state plumbing board, they looked at, because they are not specifically addressed in the code, any plumbing product that's not specifically addressed in the code is supposed to go to the plumbing board, and they do what's called a letter of acceptability for a plumbing product. So the state looked at water-assisted sump pumps, and all of the ones they wrote, all of the letters of acceptabilities they wrote, all said the same thing. Yes, they're approved for use in the state of Michigan, and here's how. Must be installed with a reduced pressure backflow preventer. So that's kind of, in addition to, me as, a commercial plumbing inspector, I could piece that part of the code together as well, and I would land at the same spot they did. But the state did do us somewhat of a favor by actually ruling on it, and the board said, this is it. It's not in the code, but this is our stance at the state. So again, it's another thing that you can point to the state and say,
Hit us. Thank you.
Councilman Rodell.
My neighborhood is the first on this, so I had my inspection, and luckily I put in a backup sub pump about 2 years ago, and luckily the plumber I used the right thing. But problem is, like where we're located at, it sits on clay. There's nowhere for the water to go. So a lot of people put in the backup sub pumps, but now, from my understanding, talking to neighbors, it's anywhere from an $800 to $1,300 fix, because there's only one type of backflow preventer that's approved, if I'm correct. So from the resident standpoint, if they have a backup sub pump, it's probably going to cost them $800 to $1,300 to get this fixed. And I think, or they cut off the line, which then they don't have a backup sub pump. If we have a storm, they're at risk of having their basements flooded. So my concern is kind of the heavy-handedness where, okay, you got to make this $800 to $1,300 repair. You got to do it in 30 days. Good luck trying to find a plumber that can possibly schedule you. And then every year you're going to have it re-inspected for $500 to $150 on top of that. So, my concern is if we have citizens that are on fixed incomes, that could be their whole monthly income. For if somebody's on Social Security, I'm concerned about the city being heavy-handed on the time frame, because the letter's gone out. I believe it's a 30-day. Is it a 30-day?
That's the standard.
That's the standard. Okay.
And we can adjust that.
Okay.
And another thing we can do, and we would work with Mark on this, our typical stance is if, a resident or even business owner calls and says, hey, I need an extension, our administrative staff is typically automatically going to provide a 2-week extension. If it's anything over 2 weeks, our standard has always been check with the DPW director, right? So that at that point, it would trigger a call to, if they need more time, it would be something that would be decided at the city, not by us.
Right.
And actually, all this is, right, we can flex our program to match however you want us to run it. All we are really doing is going to provide guidance on how to stay in compliance. Because that's all we want to do, is provide compliance for the city for this particular program.
A question on the yearly inspections. So we have a licensed plumber, but who's checking that? Is DPW checking that as far as if they've been compliant or not compliant with getting it re-inspected every year?
So,
it seems like a very gray area that,
yeah, that's,
who's watching who to make sure it's being done.
again, that's why we were brought on. We track that. So what'll happen as we do more inspections, part of what we're doing is we will start notifying the residents that need to have something tested, that it needs to be tested. Okay. And then we will provide, a list of certified testers and, because the price we see is anywhere from, like Mark said, 50 on the low end to 150. I've seen higher than that. I can't really recommend a contractor, but I always recommend, we're giving you a list, make some phone calls.
Right.
Call, ask them how much it costs. If they won't give you a price over the phone, hang up and call the next guy, because a test is a test is a test. They should be able to quote that right over the phone. So, I mean, we try to help the residents as much as we can.
So besides the backup sub pump, what else are they inspecting inside the home if the house has a backup sub pump, or is there anything else they're looking for when they go down? Because some people, it's like they're down there for 2 seconds and then they're back up. Is that specifically what you guys are looking for inside?
So again, we're going to look at the service line coming in, because we're helping out with the lead and copper as well. Yes, we will look at the backup sump pump. If they have a boiler, that's potential cross connection, so we'll look at the type of heating system. Water softeners, which probably we're not going to run into a lot of, because you have you have good city water. If you live out by me, everybody's got a water softener.
And then finally, how do cities like, say, East Point, Detroit, stuff like that, where the income level is so much, I mean, $800 to $1,300 for a fix is mandatory. I don't know how that's being complied with in communities like that. Is it kind of this is what you should be doing, and this is, hopefully you got some sort of plan, whether it's just exterior or interior. I mean, it seems like it's very loosely put together.
Councilman Odell, a lot of cities, they don't even have sump pumps. I live in the subdivision I live in, not a single home has a sump pump, because our ground conditions don't require it. So first and foremost, it depends on what area of the city that your house is built, what the groundwater table is like. Just like you said, your stuff was built on clay that holds the water. Where I'm at, it does not. So there would be no expense. A majority of the homes have a battery backup system as opposed to a water backup system. So there's no cross connection there at all that requires a device. So I just wanted to throw that out.
But residents they have a backup sub pump, should know, because when my inspector goes, he goes, wow, you're only 2 out of the whole subdivision that had the proper equipment. So I'm just going to say it's a probably 98% chance that if you have a backup sub pump, that's what you're looking at. Am I correct to assume that?
If you have one, yes. I mean, that's what we're looking
And
at.
it's not like freshly installed or whatnot. I mean, if it's okay, just so residents know to prepare. I mean, over 10 years it's going to go around, but I think if they're prepared or can get ahead of it or know what's, that it's coming, then rather than getting a letter and then, big financial surprise.
And I will say, it's something that the residents should think about, is going back to the battery backup.
Thank you.
It actually might be less expensive to replace the sump pump with a battery backup sump pump than to have the backflow preventer installed and have it tested every year. And then eventually it's going to fail and it's going to need to be rebuilt. They're mechanical devices, they are going to fail. So lifetime cost, it would be more cost effective, in my opinion, to go back to the old style battery backups. I know they have their flaws, but they are more cost effective. And I will say, just kind of a word of caution, the water assisted sump pumps, there's a major, in my opinion, there's a design flaw with those. And there's communities where I've heard that solenoid valve sticks open and water customer ends up with a $15,000 water bill. And all that water is just going right into the sump, and then out in the backyard. Most cases I've heard that it's like a snowbird situation. Someone left for the winter, the thing ran for 3 months, they come home and their water bill's, astronomical. So, but there have been cases, and I don't know how you bill. If you bill quarterly, which a lot of communities do,
Monthly.
that thing could run for 3 months before it catches their attention. and it's going to be on a bill. So, just some personal thoughts of mine on how to maybe assist your residents and maybe steer them into possibly a better option down the road. So,
Councilwoman Kolka.
So, let me see if I can understand this, because obviously I'm a little bit late to the table. The 10 years that Mr. Ragsdale just talked about is going to be for the inspections throughout the whole city over the course of the next 10 years. Am I correct on that?
correct, the inspections that we do.
Okay, and then, so you are anticipating that it's going to take about 10 years to get through everything?
Yes.
Okay. Once the person has had the inspection, then they're going to get some sort of write-up from you guys indicating what needs to be done. And then my understanding is that they have to be in compliance within 30 days, and then they have to have a yearly inspection. Is that?
Not a yearly inspection. The yearly thing only comes in if they have something that needs to be tested.
Okay, so that RPZ that you were talking about, that has to be tested every year. So if they have that type of contraption, I don't know, in their sump pump configuration, correct? That they would have to have that tested, but there's other options, correct?
Yes, they could disconnect and cap the water line going to the sump pump, which leaves them with no backup. So that's not a good option.
Okay, so my question is are they presented with the different options when you guys come out and do the inspection? In other words, you know, this is what we did, this is what you'd be in compliance, but here's all your other options.
They should be, but when they get the letter, it is going to be a requirement based on what is currently installed.
Okay, based on what that individual homeowner has currently installed. Okay, all right. And then what happens if is there an opt-out? Can you opt out as a homeowner?
No.
Okay. And what happens if the homeowner either, number one, can't afford it or doesn't have it done?
Okay, we are not the enforcement arm. So what we're going to do is we're going to run them through our process.
Okay.
And there is a point that it gets turned over to DPW and
Okay.
Mark and his team. Then they take it from there. Really, again, that's a city decision. We try to kind of stay out of that.
Okay. I understand. You're just the you're just the messenger.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
We're just a consultant.
So are you then the entity that does the compliance inspections? In other words, they have to have this done within 30 days. Do you go back out and look again? Yes. Okay, so then do you do write-ups and send them on to the city?
Yeah. Yes. Well, the city has access to our database, and
Okay, and then the last question I have is, if you have an RPZ that is tested every year, are those tests then have to be turned over to the city?
yes, the city has to keep all records. I believe it's 7 years on those.
Okay,
And they actually come to us, and we are tracking all that for the city.
I see.
So when it comes time for the state reports, because everything we do, we have to put on a report and send it to Eagle March 31st every year. This is everything we did for the city of Fraser. So we house all that information. We generate all those reports for the state. So if it ever came into question, not only does the city have access to the database, but it's not uncommon that Eagle representatives will reach out to us directly if they know we're working with the community, and we just provide it for them.
Okay, so for the residents' sake then, when they have the RPZ tested every year, then they submit that certificate, if you will, to you.
The tester does.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the plumber that comes out.
Yes.
The licensed and insured plumber, correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Kalka?
Yes.
You would ask what happens if they refuse to comply. So there's a series of letters that get sent out by HydroCorp, and then they actually go as far as sending a third warning letter. But after the third warning letter, then the option would be for the city to enforce it to go out and shut their water off.
Okay.
Because now that citizen is refusing to comply, and they're putting the rest of the residents in harm's way, like the possibility of a cross connection and contaminating the city's water supply through backfill.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just jump in one more time with a comment on that. If there's any way to stress to your residents, if they can't get it done in the 30 days, or, you know, if we end up adjusting that after this meeting, have them call us. We'd rather stop sending them letters. If we know, you know, there's a plan in place, we're working on something, on an extension, or I'd rather have them call us than get to that point where we're sending a list of communities to Mark and saying, hey, here's all the people that you have to go threaten. Nobody wants to get to that point. We'd much rather, you know, I don't want to speak directly for Mark, but I'm sure I can. He wants to work with the residents as much as we do. You know, we don't want to be the water Nazis, as I like to call it. So, gentler and sometimes is what we'd like to see.
Yeah, I don't like getting phone calls that my water's turned off, and what are you gonna do about it? So,
Right.
it's easier to do it the right way than, Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Oh, I just wanted to do a public service announcement with regards to what Mr. Odell brought up. There is a program called Michigan Saves, and the credit unions are all dealing with that, and it's for any upgrades that you do to your home that can make it more energy efficient and or more sound. So I would encourage a lot of people to look at that and look, I don't know if there's a website for it or not, honestly. I haven't dealt with it in a really long time, but I know it's still out there because we recently discussed it. But it's a really great program for Michigan residents, and they are lower rate loans than your typical loans because they are backed by the government. So I would tell anybody who's having issues with that to reach out to your local credit union and see if they have the Michigan Saves program, and if you need to get a loan that way, so it makes it more cost effective. And that way you don't feel the burn all at once, which I got to think for most people, that's a pretty big hit to your budget, you know, even if you're not on a fixed income. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that is something that the state of Michigan has, and it's a very good program. That's how we got our lights at a lower cost, so, for the city.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So I was just going to say, you know, I think we've all gotten a handful of emails about these inspections. So in the spirit of transparency, I mean, there's been a lot of good questions and answers asked tonight. Would it be possible to document the questions that have been asked tonight, since we likely have a small percentage of the residents in the audience or online, so that we could provide proactively this information to them, including to reach out to HydroCorp, right, if you're having challenges with that lump sum payment, possible ramifications for noncompliance. I mean, all of those types of things that they would need to know, so that we have that on hand in the event that we get further emails, or to prevent further emails or questions, because, you know, these questions that were asked tonight might prevent some of those communications or frustrations from the residents as well. I don't know if Elaine, that would be you, or you.
Yeah, we've got a
I'll
lot
get
of
it to Mark.
information already on our website, and what we do is update it with some of the stuff that we've talked about tonight that may not already be out there.
Perfect, thank you.
Any comments, questions from the audience, or anybody? Come on forward. Name and address for the record, please.
You're not out of the hot seat yet.
The crossfire there.
I just had a question for you. I come from I'm sorry. I just had a question for you, Mr. Patterson. I come from a family of plumbers that own backflow prevention companies. So I have had a couple conversations about them with this. And one of the things I think that's the most important that the people should know, and I don't think with everything that you've presented, I know it's a technical presentation, but I think realistically the people need to know how easy it is to contaminate the municipal water supply. Everything from, if you've ever had a fertilizer sprayer on the end of a hose, if something went down, if a fire hydrant was opened, if diminishing the water, it would suck that right into the municipal water supply. If you've ever filled a pool full of chlorine with a hose and left the hose in the pool, and if something pulled that water, it would empty your pool right into the municipal water supply. And I think that's something, I know the sump pump is a large conversation, But realistically, how easy it is to contaminate the municipal water supply is something I think that the people need to know. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, or possibly have questions or anything on it?
I think you just nailed it.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, when I,
Shelley?
but I did, I asked him, I said, I know you can tell me all this stuff, but tell me the simplest way to have people understand. And when he told me about the fertilizer sprayer canister on the end of your hose, I thought, that's a visual you just can't forget. That's so easy. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Expand on that a bit. So everything she said is absolutely true. One thing, well, water main breaks. It's any sudden change in pressure in the distribution system. And it puts you at risk at a contamination event. And it could be anything from a garden hose, or it could be
This again, sorry.
going back to that sump pump, lawn irrigation systems. But to really visualize, I think, the concept of what we're talking about, I usually use the example of siphoning gas. Everybody has seen or heard of people siphoning gas out of a gas tank. It's exactly the same concept. It's just a negative pressure, and once it starts going in the wrong direction, until there's something there to stop it, which is typically air, it's just going to keep flowing. So, yes, those are all great points.
Any other questions, Council? Well, Paul, thank you for coming in. We will address calls as they come up, and hopefully they can contact you guys, and you can,
Yes, please.
clear communication always helps.
Thank you.
Thank
You.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item D, Historical Commission Member Presentation of the Eagle Scout Project.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Hoping this will be a little bit lighter. My name's Tom Iwaniki. I'm here as part of the Fraser Historical Commission. Hopefully, when I leave here, I will still be part of the Fraser Historical. We had a young lady approach us. Her name is Allie Sparks. She actually lives in Roseville, across the street. She's on the east side of Kelly. And she wanted to do her Eagle Scout project at the Baumgartner House. And what she has chosen is in the garden behind the barn, there's a bridge. There's that dry,
Thank you.
I want to say dry pond bed or like a dry creek bed. She wants to revitalize that, dig out all the old, the soil that has accumulated on that, and put new stone in and just make more definitive borders. She will do, as an Eagle Scout project, she is responsible for the fundraising, so it costs the city nothing. Scheduling her labor, getting her materials, and executing the project. And I said it costs the city nothing. Well, it might cost the city a little something. She's hoping to have a car wash in the parking lot of the Baumgartner House. So there would be the water charge. And that's pretty much it. Her timetable hopefully is late July, early August to do the fundraising, then hopefully have enough to get it done in September. She would be here, but she's actually at her scouting council meeting doing the same thing I'm doing right now. So I told her I'd represent her tonight.
Good.
Answer any questions you may have.
Well, we're big supporters of it. We look forward to seeing it. We're here to help her, support her, and whatever we can do to help too, we'll be there to help. Absolutely. Yep. Just keep council posted, the city manager posted, so they can keep us posted, and I'm sure you'll
And
see
even
us
post
there.
it on our web channel and stuff.
Lots of traction.
Kind of give her a boost up of the day. Hopefully she has a backup day, because anytime you plan something at the museum, it rains every time.
Yes.
It does.
I've learned that.
Every time, without fail.
Also, if she needs help with the car wash, I don't know if it would just be Eagle Scouts, but if
She
she
has
needs
to do her
additional
own
volunteers.
fundraising. So she's going, again, as part of an Eagle Scout project, she has to schedule, organize her labor. I mean, she's not going to do it all herself. She's going to have people help her. Getting the material, transporting the material to the site, and doing everything involved in that for her to qualify as an Eagle Scout.
I got 2 little laborers at home that might want to wash cars, so it's just, you know, she wanted to advertise that as well.
I will let her know.
All right.
But yeah, she was hoping to do it. She can do it in other spots, but she was hoping to do it on site. So she does have a backup plan in case things don't work out. And I know Marilyn has offered if she got some stuff during the open house to sell stuff during the open house. So.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing the final results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely needed an upgrade. I know a lot of seniors go there to take pictures too, so it really needed an upgrade.
Yes.
Well, you can stay there, Mr.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Oh, no, as for the next agenda item.
Mr. Denault.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question on this, so if you know the answer. The proposal sounds like she's got, I mean, it sounds like it's her responsibility to bring it forward. Is she going to bring it forward to you? Because who would approve the use of the property for the event and when it's scheduled and
Building department,
does
right?
council bless that to go through management? I just want to make sure that nothing happens without the right people knowing it's happening. That's all my legal concern, just to make sure it's being done the right way through channels. But if expedition is key and council blesses management, then the administration can accept that and approve it and make sure all the dots or the i's are dotted and t's are crossed. If council wants to be the one to see the plan and approve that for use of the property, then I think we need to make sure that's clear tonight as well, just so she has some direction from all of you in terms of how to move forward from here.
I would think that administration could
Yeah.
definitely handle something like this and just keep council posted on
I think
it.
it would
with
be,
dates and-
I think it would be helpful just to have a motion, just so that we are clear that you are allowing them to have the car wash on our property and use our water.
I'll make a motion to, so long as it's legal and authorized by our rules to do it this way, allow the city to handle the administration and execution of a car wash for this Eagle Scout project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion? Any from the audience? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to Ms. Sparks.
She's got her head together pretty good. A few times I've met her, she's pretty sharp.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I forgot.
Councilwoman Baranski.
We're going to move on. This is for the next.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to make a motion to reappoint. I can't pull it up, it's black. The internet's not working. Mr.
Page
Iwanaki.
170 if that
Thank you,
helps you.
thank you, thank you. Okay, I would like to make a motion to reappoint, I'll do them separately, Tom Iwanaki to the Historical Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to, first of all, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Denise Wojciechowski to the Historical Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion and second. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And thank you both for your.
Thank you for your service.
Guys, both. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful summer.
Item E, property and liability insurance renewal. Ms. Levin?
So you have before you the recommendation for the property and liability insurance renewal through Nickel and Saf. We were presented with 2 options, one that carried the same deductibles as what we have right now, with the increase in the premium of 23%. Another one with some increased deductibles that carries an increase of 7.7%. My recommendation is to go with the option that, option number 2, which is the increased deductibles. We do have Steve Saff here with Nickel and Saff. If you have any questions regarding this. I don't know if you want to speak a little bit on the proposals?
Councilman Bransky?
Yeah, I just had a question. The third page. So the projection for option 2 is that we would save $81,000 subject to claims being consistent with what they have been in the past? Is that how you came about your math?
Good evening. Stephen Saff Jr. with Nickel and Saff
Sorry.
Insurance.
Trying to move it.
So you have before you my 4 fancy spreadsheets. The one identified City of Fraser premium and loss history might be familiar to those of you that went through this process last year during our Zoom meeting. We've updated that to reflect the addition of the expiring policy term. You're asking about which spreadsheet now?
So the last page, premium savings, so based on the recommendation for us to go with option 2, the last page says premium savings from option 2 over option 1 is 81,000.
Difference between the two.
Right.
So if you look up at the top of that, we identify each LOC, line of coverage.
Yep.
And I identify the current deductible. What we're presenting for option 1, which is obviously identical to the expiring, and then what we're recommending for option 2. And below that, we identify the savings between 1 and 2, which is at $81,000. I took that then as a percentage and then applied that back to the historic claim experience that the city has incurred over the past 5 years.
Okay.
And if you look down at the block on that same page, starting in 16-17, the city would have saved $34,000 on premium. In the following year, it would have cost the city additional $8,000 in deductible expenses. The year after that, an $11,000 savings. The year after that, another $8,000 additional expense.
Got it.
Followed by a $24,000 savings, and then this past year, a $65,000 savings.
Perfect.
So we see this past year, the city had no claims reported whatsoever. So there would have been obviously a pretty dramatic impact. And then I didn't put the total in here, but the amount the city would have saved over that period of time collectively would have been $119,000.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. So I will make a motion to approve the property and liability insurance renewal as outlined in the packet under option 2.
Second.
Second. Motion and second to go with the option 2. Any comments and questions from the audience? Any other comments, questions from council? See none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I was prepared to talk and go on about my fancy spreadsheets and explaining all these numbers.
Pretty self-explanatory, but
There's
thank
a lot
you.
of coffee that went into these.
It was perfect. You pre-prepared
See, then it's less
us.
required to sit around here, so
That's why you
hey,
don't need no
bonus.
more
This is what
coffee
we
now.
need.
You're all set.
This is what we're looking for. And literally, I opened it up, could find it, figure out what she was saying, and boom, on it. Like,
That was perfect.
it was.
2 things that I want to bring attention to is I identify a value that reflects on the page titled City of Fraser Premium and Loss History, the all years column in dollar change. That's the dollar amount between this time last year and this year that have increased in incurred values with our 2 of 3 open claims.
Okay.
But the good news is that this past year, again, if you look at 2021, 0 losses, 0 loss ratio. So that loss ratio for the 5-year period has dropped down to 37%. We get those 2 hangers put to bed, and we'll be in a much better position going forward.
Thank you.
Stan, get it
Thank
totaled.
you.
Thank you much.
Have a good evening.
Thanks for your time and continued patronage. And
Okay.
Thank you for your services.
Item F, City Hall HVAC bids. Need a mic?
Good evening. Before you tonight, we have a recommendation for award for part of the original project that we had brought to you for the City Hall HVAC upgrades. And I can get into a lot of detail why we're recommending a partial award at this time, but we're recommending an award to Miller Bolt in the amount of $217,575 to upgrade the temperature controls and replace piping, leaking piping and valves throughout the system. And then put the remaining rooftop units back out to bid to try and get better bid prices for that portion of the project.
Mayor Pro Tem Sherman.
So my question is this, what is the warranty on their work? Because that seems to be a problem with us. We don't ever really get good warranties, so I understand that they're, I have to assume bonded insured, or you guys wouldn't deal with them. But like the product that they're gonna be providing, so you said fixing leaks, upgrading, God knows it needs an upgrade. What kind of warranties do any of these things have?
Typically, all the new products that they're going to be installing will have the manufacturer's warranty transferred to the city of Fraser. And all of the work that they do will be under a maintenance and guarantee bond, typically 2 years on that, the work that's performed.
Do we know how long the manufacturer's warranties are?
I do not right offhand, but I can get that information for you.
Because they just,
Not long, 'cause they're
I know, but that's what I'm saying, like in 2 years, I'm like, okay, for the amount of money we're spending to get these, I always say it like about cell phones is a perfect example. I promise you that this piece of junk that you just paid $1,000 for is going to last you 1 year. And then they say, you know, I mean, that, I guess that's just a connotation of how sad this world is today, that we don't build and we don't do quality work or quality products that we can say, hey, I stand behind this for like 5 years at least, obviously barring any unusual things, you know what I'm saying, to have that caveat in those contracts. So it just always concerns me spending the large amount of money we always spend when you're sitting at the table without the, no offense to you, but just face it, it's expensive.
Structure's expensive.
It's not meant to you directly, but without the warranties, it just drives me absolutely crazy. 'Cause
The warranties are definitely included. Anything that the manufacturer is going to provide is transferred to the city, but if you ask them to provide any more, it's going to cost a lot more.
Just like when you
shouldn't.
buy something at the store.
I know, but it shouldn't. That's my point. Like, you should stand behind your work. If you're doing good work
Okay.
and you're good
Industry
supply-
standard is what we're getting.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but
We got a
that's
lot to do.
sad. I know, I'm just saying that's sad. It's sad.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'd like to make a motion to award a contract for the City Hall HVAC upgrades to Miller Bolt in the amount of $217,575.
Second.
Motion, we have a second.
And I also want to commend you. You did give us very great breakdown of why we should do it in 2 parts, so thank you for that. It makes it super easy for us to, at least me, to understand and move ahead.
Lane, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the warranties and everything. So, especially for the sake of Suzanne, who you're kind of coming into this in the middle, what this bid is that it's really removing the HVAC unit itself. So we're doing the controls and a lot of just the internal mechanical workings and things like that. So typically those aren't really your big cost items. It's that HVAC unit that's going to be more problematic, and that should come with our future bid and a higher, longer warranty. So hopefully that will comfort you a little bit.
It'll be warm, right?
No, the climate control in here would be great, 'cause I'm freezing right now.
Yes, exactly.
We're going to pay for that extended
I'm
warranty out of our
telling you
own
what,
pocket.
right now, sign me up for that extended warranty, because this kind of the climate control in here is ridiculous. It is very cold.
I'm literally
We have a
shivering.
motion and we have a second. Any comments, questions on that motion? I see none, back at council. 0. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item G, GLWA contract renewal amendment.
No one else
Tagging
speak at
you.
once.
Tagging you in.
Water.
This is, what we're requesting tonight is that council approve amendment number 4 to the agreement between GLWA and the city of Fraser as their water supplier. The last contract was renegotiated in 2018 with a planned reopener in 2022, this year. Mr. Ragsdale and Scott Lockwood met with GLWA representatives and negotiated the contract that you see before you. There's a couple of factors that are involved in how the city's bills from GLWA are calculated. One of those went up slightly, one of them went down slightly. It kind of works out to kind of a cost-neutral change in the contract. The next reopener is planned for another 4 years, 2026, so this contract will remain in effect for the next 4 years.
So I just wanted to add to that, Scott and I worked really hard on this. We did something that hadn't been done before here with the city. When negotiating the contract, GLWA looks at the 3 summer months, June, July, and August, and they look at peak day, and they look at peak hour reads, and they use those data points to negotiate your contract. There's only 2 things that will allow you to erase the data points not to be configured into their equation. And that is if you can prove you had a water main break that day or you had a fire. So I reached out to Jason Poole, and he was kind enough to put me together a spreadsheet of all the fires that the city had. And then we went back and searched our database and put together a spreadsheet of all the water main breaks that we had and presented that to GLWA. So we were able to negotiate quite a few high data points on peak hour and peak day usage to be able to negotiate a better rate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yep, thank you for doing the legwork to get a better rate, and in that regard, I'd like to make a motion to approve amendment number 4 to the water service contract between Great Lakes Water Authority and the City of Fraser.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Wait, what if we didn't do a contract? Where would we get our water from?
Rent?
The rain.
Okay,
The rain barrels.
We get a big contract with Warren.
Rain barrels.
that's what I'm saying, so they kind of got you.
They sure do, unless you want a big old
Do
upfront.
have
I
you.
just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that.
Right. How's that? Yeah, how's those Fraser Lakes looking?
It's green, it's healthy, right?
That was kind of a question, just to show everyone we don't really have much choice.
I knew exactly.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motions? Back from council. See none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I oppose just because.
Because you want there to be more options.
DPW loader bids. Mr. Ragsdale, I believe this is you.
Yes, sir. So, as stated in our packet, our current loader for the DPW is 25 years old. Typically, cities try to replace those between 5 and 10 years. It's well lived at its expectable life to the point where it is unsafe to operate. We're literally afraid that it's going to snap in half. So that being said, as part of the budget process, I received 3 quotes from 3 different manufacturers for a loader that was our current size. And so I budgeted $175,000. Unfortunately, that particular size, no one has in stock that wouldn't even be able to get it to us within the budget year. So we were able to move up one size, which was from Alta Equipment, and their product is Volvo, and they're part of the Sourcewell contract. So you have the 3 bids for the size, one size smaller. The results would have been the same, but they are part of the Sourcewell government bid site. So with that, we're wanting to purchase a new loader, a set of forks, the automatic greasing system, 72-month preventative maintenance agreement since we do not have an on-staff mechanic, and the 60-month 5-year, which would be 5 years extended warranty. They were kind enough to let us demo this equipment. We have it right now. My hopes is that you guys pass this, and then we can get them a PO tomorrow, and the machine just stays right here. Otherwise, they will come and pick up the machine, and there's no telling when we might be able to actually get our hands on the machine again.
So this is a demo unit.
It's brand new.
They're demo.
We are demo.
Right.
With the hopes that we purchase it.
Okay. Airport terms for night.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the DPW loader bid, and go ahead and get you that, because I saw those pictures, and I can't believe we haven't replaced it sooner.
I'll second.
So a motion and second. Any other comments or questions? Just by, I didn't see, how much was that extra warranty added to it?
It's a 5-year, so it's a 60-month extended warranty.
And what is that warranty on the hydraulics or the motor or anything, or what is that?
It pretty much covers, just like if you were to purchase a car, it's gonna cover everything that's not on maintenance, tires or brakes or a hose, but it's gonna cover all your basic, the engine, the trans, the hydraulics, as long as it's not a hose, a belt, which then would be part of the 72-month preventative maintenance agreement.
Okay. So by having that maintenance agreement, we shouldn't have any problems with it if it had a warranty issue.
Absolutely.
Councilman Sutherland.
You said that this is one size smaller than our current loader?
It's one size
Bigger.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that in a year it wasn't going to be too small.
You couldn't get the smaller one.
Perfect.
Any other comments, or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
It stays here, Mark.
Woo! Get digging.
No pun intended.
Item I, the water main bids.
Good evening. Before you, we have a request to approve a contract for the 2022 Water Main Replacement Program to TR Piper Zach. On June 22nd, we received 6 bids for this project, and TR Piper Zach was the low bidder. We find them qualified to perform the work and recommending awarding a contract to them for this project. This includes water main replacement on Airport, Winsome, Spring Court, and the Vincent easement, which is an old easement between Toulouse and Luxembourg. These projects were budgeted for this year, and the proposed amounts fall within the budgeted amount for this project.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to award a contract for the 2022 Water Main Replacement Program to TR Pipzak Company in the amount of $1,612,943.75, and authorize Anderson et al. To provide construction engineering services in the amount of $200,000 for a total projection cost of $1,812,943.75.
Second.
Or as stated in the packet.
That would have been.
I just.
You did a nice job.
We have a motion and we have a second.
You're still not doing Crestwood.
Any comments or questions on the motion besides Crestwood?
I'm sorry, I guess who supported that? Kathy. I think Kathy.
Kathy did?
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, yes.
J, DPW budget amendment. Councilwoman Baranski.
Oh, we don't even need to hear, Mark. I'm so happy that I was questioning why we didn't have this, so I'm making a motion to approve this because we already approved it last year. And we didn't get it because of supply chain, so I'm making a motion to approve what we already approved before and get it and plow those parks in the winter.
Second.
I wondered why they weren't plowed.
So we never got the Kubota, huh?
Yep.
Kubota.
We have
Not to cut
motion,
you
we
off,
have a
Mark, but.
Motion and second.
Okay, the last I heard is supposed to be here by the end of the month, but unfortunately that pushed me into the new budget year.
Okay,
That's fine.
thanks, Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There, look, Mark, you got all your fun toys.
5 minutes or less.
Item K, recreation manager position. Ms. Levin.
So this is something that we talked about at the last meeting and approved getting a full-time recreation position. We wanted to make sure that we put together the job description and the hourly wages that we're proposing approved from council, and that is what you have before you this evening.
Pro Tem Shornack.
I don't have a problem with a full-time person or anything. I like the word coordinator better than manager. I think we all discussed coordinator, a full-time coordinator, and again, I don't have a problem with a full-time person, but I just would prefer coordinator over manager, just because that, number one, gives room to move up when and if our rec stuff changes. So I think, start slow, full-time, and then go from there.
Yeah, I don't see a problem changing that title.
Councilman Odell.
Yeah, I've been pushing for this a long time. It's not a part-time position, it needs to be a full-time position. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize city manager to hire a full-time recreation coordinator position as submitted to the council.
Second?
Motion and second. Is that what you were going to do, Dana? Motion?
No, I was going to say something else, but it's okay. Never mind. Good.
Councilman Ransky?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions about the job description in particular. And I may have missed it because I was zooming through stuff, but does it indicate in the job description that the hours are not 9 to 5 Monday through Friday? Because this is a position that obviously is going to have to do nights and weekends, and I am not in favor of a position that is 40 hours plus overtime, but instead would have a flexible schedule such that if they were doing something on Saturday, they would get Friday afternoon off or Monday morning or whatever. If it's not in there, that's the first issue that I have. And my second question is, and I don't know if we ever got it yet, we had asked for some sort of data points in terms of like, how are we doing on our programs with the seniors? And I understand, we've been talking, but like, where are we at? Like, and I know she's not here, and
We've
so
been hit with a lot of unfortunate HR issues with staffing and everything. We've got obviously one on the agenda that we added this evening for someone that has been helping out with recreation and is now going to be moving over to the DPW, which is another hit. We had health issues with one of our staff members, so it's been really tough to get the wheels rolling
Got
on
it.
this.
So, okay, so that's,
Yeah, I know Sarah's been working with Diane over at the Senior Activity Center, and they've been doing activities. I know they've had bingo and a lot of sports and things going on over there. They have been trying to think, doing events. She's working on getting like Meals for Wheels over there. So there's a lot of things moving forward. As far as participation, some have increased, some have kind of been stagnant, but I'd say overall, progression is moving forward.
right.
And it's increasing.
Because I just am still, I understand a lot of the concerns were the fact that no one was applying for the part-time position. Unfortunately, no one's applying for any positions, but I just am trying to envision what full-time this person's going to do. That's my concern.
Yeah, it is.
Adding the legacy, I just,
I understand what it's,
I can't, that's my stumbling block, so.
we have to have something for them to do.
Right, because the last thing I want to do is have a situation where they're not already busy and therefore distracting those that are busy, or creating negativity because they're not working as hard as our very, very hardworking employees now who are really burning the midnight oil on finance and building and police and everything else.
Yep, this person will be responsible for setting the programming, getting the programming running, doing the marketing for the programming, getting any type of staffing, volunteers to run the programming. So this person really is going to be doing it all, not just for the Senior Activity Center, but for the city as a whole. We are working with Advancing Macomb, so this person would be the liaison with Advancing Macomb to make sure that we have the events that we have signed up for coming to the community.
Okay, and then my last question was, the salary that was suggested or recommended, consistent with other non-union department head manager roles, is that within this city or what?
Within the city and throughout the region. So this is something that is what Sarah has determined is the right amount of money for, given this field and this level of education.
Okay, and not based on the title, but based on the job duties. Is that a fair assessment? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. As Councilman Odell mentioned, this has been brought up for months. I'm not content with this at all, because as far as I can see, what I'm looking at is, the words, Elaine, that you use, like she or he, with programs, marketing, volunteers, that's great. But as far as I'm concerned, we haven't seen any data, as Mrs. Bransky said. We don't know if 10 people are interested or 110 people. That makes a lot of difference. As you well know, with the parade and, just hypothetically, if you don't have the people come forward, and I know it's in the works, I get that, but if you don't have an overwhelming, not even overwhelming, an average interest in what you're trying to achieve, all the money in the world and all the job descriptions and whatever can't make recreation. If you don't have the people and you don't have the interest, and I'm just not certain of that yet. I haven't seen anything. I haven't really heard anything on the streets. Of course, I'm in a different category. I have grandchildren, and I've already done my Glory Day thing. But I just don't see it. And again, I don't know. So I can only imagine. Okay, I read the material about the dining and the tours and the senior stuff, but I don't see where it, what I'm trying to say is I don't see that it is realistic at this point at a cost of $62,000. That's a lot of money. I realize that. I realize even getting someone for the job, that's another issue. I get that. But I guess I just don't feel that I have enough concrete information to agree to this, because I know, you talk about multiple tasks, working well with a team. So my question would be, what task, what team, at this point, as well intended and as well directed as it seems, I'm just a little gun shy on the whole thought at this point. I thought we were going to have a town meeting. I thought we were going to do a survey. I thought we were going to see what the people in the community wanted to do or where their thoughts went. Certainly, obviously, I'm very pro recreation. That's not the point. The point is to do it right and not hire someone without a real need for this right now in this community. There's other issues too. Mayor Pro Tem Patrice and I talked, like the VFW had a Camp Trotter, and that was the camp, the kids couldn't bring their iPhones. Okay, so that's a negative. I can guarantee you, if my children were 7, 8, or 9 years of age, I don't care if they ate off of gold-plated settings every night. I wouldn't send them to a camp in this crazy world. And I'm just trying to use that as an example of how mindsets change and how things change. It is a different world. And sometimes you have to look at that where you're trying to go back to a template that worked for a long, long time. But now it is a different, it's a different stage. It's a different setting. So that's my 2 cents. And I don't mean anything negative by it. I'm giving you my 2 cents in how I feel, because I just don't feel secure enough. So thank you for listening.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So I think that as far as having data, we can't extract data from programs and events that don't exist. We can't determine what the participation would be. But what I can tell you is that someone who headed up the farmers market last year, where Hunter was doing the majority of the heavy lifting, that was still a part-time job for me last summer. that I was just doing in my spare time, spending at least 10 to 20 hours a month working on that farmer's market. Recently with the parade, so we didn't have any volunteers from the Recreation Commission offer to head up the parade. And the only duty that I've taken on so far with the parade is calling the participants from 2019 to see if they would still be interested. And in the last 2 weeks, I've spent 10 to 15 hours contacting parade recipients, ensuring that they had the applications, getting their responses, answering questions. That's in the last 2 weeks that I've done for the parade. So as far as them having work to do, I mean, I'm just talking about the farmer's market, which would be bare bones farmer's market last year, because we didn't have a petting zoo, we didn't have jazzercise there, and different things that we've had in the past. So minimum on the farmer's market, you had me putting in part-time work, as well as however many hours that Hunter put in on it as well. And that's not getting the extra activities that the farmer's market historically had. The parade, it's been me and Sarah. And Elaine, I apologize if you've been doing stuff for it too. I don't know exactly how much, but it's been me and Sarah getting this parade going for the 24th. So as far as needing a person, I mean, that right there, I had several people that I contacted for the parade say, is it standard for a city council member to call and get participants for a parade? And I'm like, well, probably not generally, but I'm helping out. We want to make sure the city has a good parade. So even if I take those two things as examples, I mean, there's hours and data points for you right there as far as extra activities for the city and things that we've heard from the residents that they want to have that are requiring man hours that we cannot currently provide. Not talking about anything additional like Christmas and Fraser, things that we during the summer should already be starting to, prepare for those things in the winter. As far as activities, I have an 8-year-old and a 13-year-old, both which participate in camps where they are not allowed to have any technology. And one of them is actually a STEM camp, but she can't bring any technology with her, which is funny. So, I mean, as a parent, yes, it's a crazy day and age, but I also have to send my kids to public school every day too. So those are risks and things that you want to take, and I want my children to experience camp without technology, so it's something that, I'm going to have to do, see if the risk is worth the benefit. But I think that, when we get an individual in this position, that is when we will be able to get additional information on programming, work with other cities, as I think Patrick and Patrice, you guys worked with Sterling Heights, right, to talk about what was going on, find out what they are providing so that we can provide different programming to draw in potentially children from other cities. Maybe we have axe throwing and Sterling Heights has T-ball. It's going to look different, but we need someone in the role to do it, because having council members step up to complete these tasks and put in this work isn't sustainable. I'm happy to help, I'm happy to do it, but I might not always be able to. So I think that we definitely need someone in this role to keep our, even if it weren't recreation programming like football, maybe we don't need football or flag football, but parades, Christmas and Fraser, a trunk or treat, those types of things, we need somebody in that role to help with that, as well as the activities at the senior center, because I do also know that the chair yoga has sold out a couple of times. They've had to add classes for the chair yoga, and you can fact check me on any of this, Elaine, if I'm saying untruths. But I mean, help is needed. And now that Hunter is going over to DPW, I mean, from what I understand, Sarah is working 60 plus hours a week, and her load is too much, and she's doing an amazing job. We approved an increase for her, but we need to get her some help. And that's what this is about to me, because it can't be us realistically stepping up and helping to do that role.
Councilman Odell.
Yeah, I believe the surveys just went out recently, if I recall right.
Oh, yeah, it did go out.
So that data is going to be coming in soon, and I would assume this new coordinator position would be taking that data and preparing programs that met what the residents want. So it's coming. The more we put it off, the less our city has to offer. They're going to go to neighboring cities and do events there because they know it's consistently being done. We need someone to do it. Like I said, it's not a part-time position. It you know, I know that was the wish of the council, but it's not a part-time position. There's a lot that goes into it if you've run any type of nonprofit. I mean, even helping like Goodfellows and things like that, you know, to put all that together takes hundreds of man-hours, you know, from shoppers to, you know, fundraising, you name it. And that's volunteer. That's just strictly volunteer. But our city needs an identity, you know, and we have nothing that gives it identity right now. We haven't had anything that gives it identity for 3 years, basically. So we got to start somewhere, and we got to put a little bit of faith in getting someone to get it up and going. The data will be there. We have events now that we want to run, and we need help because, like the last, you know, assistant manager that was doing 4 jobs in one, it's not sustainable. It's not. They're going to get burned out, and then we're back to square one yet again. So it's needed. It's a good investment in our community.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. Well, I can appreciate, Dana and Pat, what you're saying, but I'm also going to say that I feel it's semantics in a way, whereas, you know, you talk about the time you gave, you know, with calling these people and, oh, a council person called. I get that. You know, that would be a questionable situation. But those are your hours, what you worked on, okay? And then, Pat, you just said that we need an identity in Fraser. I assure you, we have an identity. I'm not fighting this. I'm saying we're talking in hypotheticals. We are talking in hypotheticals. I know what you're saying. I know about marketing, coordinating, calling and shopping and all that. I get it. But what if? What if we don't have the market out there that, you know, again, you can say the data's coming and whatever, but I'm just not sure of the market. And I think it would be a mistake right now to hire someone for $62,000 for some position that we're not sure of. And I know the argument is, well, how will we know? Well, you know, you want to talk rah-rah for the residents and all that, and you don't want to heavy hand them. That would be a cost that we're not sure of how it's going to turn out. And I'm not worried about identity. I think we have a good identity. Thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I just wanted to clarify what I meant by data points was for the programs we are already doing. We have been doing programs. How many people attend the farmer's market?
Exactly.
Sarah was there at the one I went to. Is it worth the time and effort? And I'm not saying it's not. These are questions that I have. Are we getting our bang for our buck? If our employees are spending 20 hours a month, but we're getting 20 people walking through and the vendors aren't getting the sales they want, and there's a cost to everything. And that's what the data points I was looking for. So we have chair yoga. Obviously, that's limited anyway. You know, you can only have so many people in the room, but those are just so it was clear. I'm not looking for data points going forward because no one has a crystal ball. How many people are we going to get if we do T-ball or whatever? That was the one thing. Second thing, ironically, a resident gave me their survey in the mail, and so I'll be turning it in. It was here on my packet today. And it's going to be super interesting to see what that survey results come out. This one is not in favor of this position, just purely, I don't know who it's from, it's unsigned, but, and then just the third thing, just so the record's clear, I never, and I don't think this council as a whole ever has indicated there was ever an intention that Parks and Rec be part-time or Recreation be part-time. It was a fiscal decision to realign the city, and then COVID hits, and then society has changed and programs have changed, and it gave an opportunity to build and grow in a different way. So I just, because Councilmember Odell said it was the will of council for this to be part-time, that was never my intention. So it is always my intention to have this structure. I just was hoping we would have, we're getting, 20 seniors in this and 400 people are, I don't know the numbers, I don't know whether 100's a lot or 400's a lot for the farmer's market or for the parade. How many people do we have? I have no idea. Is there an interest in the parade? I know people say they want a parade and yet no one wanted to chair it. And obviously we're looking for people because you're doing a great job marketing it, but are people gonna come? I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not. Something happened a little too close to home a few weeks ago, and I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do for me. But, I'm not saying I'm anti-parade, but those were the data points I was looking for. So I just wanted to make it so that we're all talking the same definitions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Mayor, I know that right now we're looking for the part-time. How long has that been a position that's been posted?
The part-time position?
Yeah.
5 or 6 months, I think.
Longer than that.
It's been a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we can't get anyone to fill it because, what is the reason? We can't get anybody to even give us an application?
Just pay,
Pay.
part-time positions. For some reason, people just aren't really willing to work part-time right now.
That's everywhere.
And so in other words, do you find that because they're looking for benefits, they're looking for a more stable environment?
I don't, I think for part-time positions, there are so many other opportunities out there for people to do some app-driven type thing where you can deliver food, go get groceries, things like that on your own time. You just hop on the app. I got time right now. I'm gonna go do something for someone, make a couple bucks, and you're done. So part of that probably is the flexibility.
Okay, and so the whole point of us approving it to be a full-time is obviously to make it more attractive to somebody who wants to get involved in building a Parks and Rec program in Fraser, correct?
That and also having someone.
Sure.
That and also having a professional person in the field that knows the field to run it and get everything all set up and be able to do all of the events, knows how to get volunteers, knows how to get support, knows how to do the marketing, media for events. So that's part of it. You're talking about a department that maybe 5 years ago had like 6 or 7 full-time people, I believe, and in the summer, the peak times, maybe 10 to 15 part-timers. With Hunter leaving and going over to the DPW, that really just leaves us with whatever spare time Sarah has, because obviously her number one priority is finance, because we have so much reporting that needs to be done to the state. Number two, well, I can't even say number two, because almost number one, just as important, is her role as our HR representative. So all of that work that she does, which also requires a lot of state reporting, dealing
No doubt
with,
she's busy.
Right. You not only are dealing with the employees, but you're also dealing with the retirees, so there's a lot of people there. Those are her top priorities. She has been absolutely wonderful in spending time doing a lot of the recreation things that I think she really is struggling with that, and it's just kind of getting to a point now where we have a lot of things that we need to do, talking about like the financial policies. There's a lot more that we need to do. These are just the couple on the agenda tonight that we have to get done because we have to provide them to the state as part of our audit deficiencies. There's still a lot more to do.
Is it your recommendation that you think we need this, and you think that having a full-time Parks and Rec position, in your experience, is something that we need, that at this point, and with regard to where we've been, what we've attempted to do, and where we're at today?
I would say at this point, if we don't move forward with this, we're probably hitting the pause button for recreation.
Okay.
I mean, with Hunter leaving, we just really just don't have the people. Diane, she manages the counter over at the senior center. She helps facilitate the people that kind of are managing things on their own for a lot of the activities over there. And also manning the phone for the senior transportation. I'm losing Sarah twice a day because she's going over there to get things set up. She's going over there to do the cash handling for it. So it's taking up a lot of her time and looking at priorities and everything. I've got a lot of things from a financial and HR perspective that are on my to-do list that you guys have directed me to work with Sarah on, working on all of the policies and procedures, putting together that manual, putting together all of the job descriptions. What's your priority? Because Sarah is being overworked.
Thank you. You answered my questions. Thank you. I mean, you gave me some perspective on where we were, where I was going with my vote, so thank you.
Councilwoman Moransky.
Yeah, thank you for that candidness. On the agenda today, though, is to replace Hunter. I just want to, like, make it clear, we're not losing, although we're losing Hunter, you're asking.
Posting for the position to backfill with her leaving.
Right, I just, like, because the way it's making, because I was like, oh, light bulb, okay, make this full-time, get rid of the part-time, but, like horse trading, right? But we're really not losing if we approve at the end of the agenda, that position.
Correct,
We're
but
adding,
one-
just so the record's clear.
One of the things about that position, though, is that's our main counter person. So first point of contact, and with all of the things that person in Hunter's position does, answering calls, going to the counter, running the cash receipting. There's quite a few other things that she does that are temporarily being parsed out to other people. She doesn't have a lot of time while she's in the office to do parks and recreation stuff. About the only thing that she's really been contributing, I'd say maybe since the last 6 months or so, from the recreation perspective, is mostly just helping out with the farmer's market. She hasn't really been involved with a lot of the other stuff because we've kept her busy. We have the election coming up, so we have a lot of people coming to the counter with election stuff. And then just with the light staffing that we have in the office, when you have people going for lunches, it's hard to cover all of that with very minimal staffing.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something, because I was like, wait, I thought we were hopefully replacing Hunter.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
Right, so replacing Hunter and adding this, just to make sure it's
Two totally separate agendas.
totally separate, just to make sure it's crystal clear.
This is what we talked about at the previous meeting.
Yes.
We talked about moving forward with a full-time recreation position, and this is really solidifying all of the specifics about that position.
Okay.
Job description and the pay.
So we had a motion, right? We made a motion.
There is a motion.
And I second. That was with changing it to coordinator.
And with the stipulation.
Got it, okay.
And with the hours stipulation that counts.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay, perfect.
So move on.
I think we're good.
Take a vote. Okay. We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh.
Just trying to keep everyone.
Would anyone in the audience like to comment?
That anonymous survey.
I don't think so.
Would you, the motion is to hire the person, correct?
Hire a full-time
I'm
coordinator.
a no.
Yeah, or
We didn't
vote
vote
it.
yet.
Oh, you didn't
I know
vote
we
on,
did
oh,
vote.
I'm sorry. I don't know what we're doing at this point, right? Okay.
Well, we just had to beat that horse until,
Yeah, start of the evening.
it ain't moving anymore, I know that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Opposed?
Motion is carried. Yes.
Thank you.
Take 7.
Thank you.
It always turns out to be 10, so take 7.
7 minutes.
Just 7?
Well, it always turns out to be 10, so.
Okay.
So there's
I know.
buffer time built by IT.
Well, download it and pull it back.
Well, I'll do it later then.
Okay.
You bet. All here, let's cheer. Let's go.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 8:50 PM. Item L, senior activity gym floor replacement bids.
So I'm not sure if any of you have had an opportunity to take a look at the gym floor over at the Senior Activity Center, but unfortunately, there has been some damage and some buckling of the floor. This is something that we noticed probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, that it started to kind of mound up. We actually have something that we called the pitching mound, which is unfortunate. Potentially caused by some type of humidity, moisture. Not 100% sure if it's because we had the building vacant for so long and no HVAC controls over there. Really, we don't have an answer as to why that happened, but we do have an estimate from a company that fortunately came out and bid for replacement of the gym floor. We reached out to a number of companies. Unfortunately, this is the only bid that we did receive. It's in the amount of $63,900 is what we're requesting. This is for a hardwood athletic floor, and we're recommending the deduction for the 3rd grade maple in lieu of the 2nd and better. This is something that even the vendor really kind of said that this is probably going to be sufficient for us. So just looking for a motion to approve the quote for the flooring, and they would be able to replace it pretty quickly so that we can get the senior activity center and all the things that go on in that gymnasium back up and running.
And the other thing, and I know you and I talked about it in our meeting, but the issue I have is determining what the root cause was is probably important, because a lot of council, I don't even remember, this has happened before. And, you know, we're spending about this much money, but we don't know the root cause of why it happened again. And then the company that did all the work on replacement before, making sure that nothing, well, you know, there probably wasn't a warranty on that stuff, but it's
One of my
been a
things.
while.
1
but
year warranty.
I get nervous of, you know, if we don't know what
That's
happened.
not a warranty.
1 year?
I think it's 1 year.
Yeah. So I just get nervous of, you know, if we don't know what happened and we fix it, what's to say it's not gonna happen again? That's all,
Ventilation problem or something.
you know,
Go
it's
for it.
just, it's usually moisture and water, and if it's underneath, it's worse than a humidity problem, but. Go ahead.
My question is, why is this not an insurance claim? But my other part was,
It could be.
Exhibit C,
However-
premiums.
It will result in long-term effects if we go through the insurance. It'll reduce the replacement costs, but it will add to our future costs. So, you know,
Okay.
one way or another.
then, but I agree 100% with the mayor. We need to find out what the heck, what is causing this. We can't just replace it without knowing what happened, because I know this is the second time we've done this. If not, didn't we do it 3 times?
Well, the first time was actually a watered hole in the roof that caught some on the.
Okay, so, but it
west
was
end.
3 times.
But it was 3 times.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Second time was a flood.
Yeah.
There was a flood in there.
Underneath it.
That's what I'm saying. So there's something going on there, and before I would say, yeah, let's fix it, I mean, obviously fix it, but we need to find out why that's happening. Does this company give any idea of why this is happening? I mean, if they install these floors, I would hope they would have some knowledge of why that's happening.
Once you take it out, you may be able to determine something, but it's, something happens.
Yeah, because if the water table's off or something and this is going to continue to happen, then we're going to have to rethink that whole plan.
The only thing that I recall Sarah talking about is the potential that the grading up to the building could be causing some of this. So maybe we're having like water that's kind of ponding and absorbing into the subsurface and working its way up through to the wood floor. So I think that's something that we could certainly have Mike Vigneron and his team take a look at.
Or maybe have Mark recommend somebody who doesn't cost as much as our engineers that maybe is a professional in that particular zone.
I got a hammer and chisel, you want it with me?
I'm telling you what.
You want an
Splash pad over
engineer.
Hey, I'm okay with that too. An inside splash pad? Yeah, really.
Free water coming up.
Yeah.
Council.
Oh, wait, we can't use it for anything but seniors. I don't think the seniors are gonna party at a
I mean,
splash
you never
pad.
know.
You never know.
Yeah, then they'll slip and fall.
Well, there's
and we'll
one
be in big
senior in the
trouble.
back
that's
that raised his hand. that-
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So that was one of my questions is when they replace it, like, can we ask them, I mean, in their expertise, if they can look and see what's down there to try to figure out what happened? Like, is that gonna be part of the
Certainly, when you get the floor up, you'll be able to take a look at the condition, things underneath, and if for some reason there is something wrong with it, I would think that they would not be able to move forward.
Okay. And then, do they have to replace the entire gymnasium floor for it? Like, there's no way to, like, cut out a
Most of
section,
it's-
put a big fancy F for Fraser in the middle and save 30,000?
So there are probably at least 6 areas all around the gymnasium.
Okay, so it's
where-
not just the
where
one
there's,
big
like
buckle.
the mounding, and then a lot of the other pieces of wood, you can see where it's kind of a little bit curved up.
Okay.
I know that Sarah had talked to him about it, and taking a look at the wood, there really isn't anything that can be done.
Okay.
And this is a reputable company that actually came recommended by quite a few local school districts, including Fraser School District. They've worked directly with them and had absolutely wonderful experiences.
On the packet, it said, best in the biz.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I don't want to know from the people that repair it what's wrong. I want to know from an engineer what's wrong. It's now the third time, if one time was a leak, but I have no problem with the bid, 100%. But before I approve this bid, I want our engineers to do an assessment of engineers, building department, all DPW, all of the above. Can they figure out a reason so we can fix the problem and then put a new floor on? Because you don't ask the cabinet guy why it's leaking. These are the people that put it in. You get the engineers, and it's going to cost money, but that's their job to say, is it the grade? Is it and I don't want to say it, but is it the sinkhole? What is it? So I'm going to know until we approve something, and it's not because I don't want this done. I want it done, and I know there's a cost, but it's a necessary cost given that this is your third and fourth time doing this.
It'd be foolish to put money on it, we're not knowing what happened.
Right, so that's,
Mark looks like he's,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yep.
What I would do is I would cut out, we can't use the floor right now anyway. I would cut out a piece of the floor to see what is actually under the bottom, because obviously there's water, so with moisture, I believe it's a lack of ventilation with the HVAC system, due to the temperatures we've had and the center being closed for a couple of years. With that being said, if we cut out a section that is.
heating and cooling was working.
We can get to the bottom of the floor.
We didn't turn it off.
From there.
So I'm going to make a motion then to direct the city to utilize our experts to investigate the cause so that we could then approve this and fix it once we know the problem, if possible, has been remedied.
Second.
Yeah, I agree. Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you. So, I agree with that, except for, should we just approve this as well, and that way they can work on it together, and then once they find out what the problem is, then they can come to us with the problem with the understanding that we need to get this floor done.
That was going to be my second thing, was to question, is there a time constraint? Because I don't want to lose these people, but that being said, if it is something major, it could be 6-9 months down the road because they have to fix whatever. But I'm with you.
Yeah, the cost could change dramatically.
Yeah, but I have no problem working with these people, but telling them, listen, it's not, so I was planning on doing it.
Yeah, one of the things about the quote that we did receive for the materials and being able to get out here and do this third grade in lieu of the second and better, that's something that they can get the materials now, and they can do the work relatively quickly. It sounded like maybe they'd be able to squeeze us in within a couple of weeks or so. Beyond that, is just a big question mark.
So my only concern about that is if there is an issue that needs to like something that has to be fixed under that floor, and then we put the floor down, we're gonna have a problem. In other words, the structural problem with the building. So if it's ventilation, probably won't be an issue. But if it's something under the floor and then we pay them to put that down, that's my only issue. I would think that if we can at least find out quickly, relatively quickly, what's wrong with the building from our experts, as we talked about, with the understanding that if we can get this floor done without having to worry about having to rip it up in 2 months and fix something underneath it, because the structural problem can be fixed in addition to, or it's a separate issue, I'm all for it. I think that would be the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah, I gotta believe, honestly, we can get an engineer at one of our, week out there and tear it
Yeah.
out, look at it, I mean.
He owes us from that misbid. Tell him I'm calling in my chip.
Let me know how that one works out. Just curious. Sinkhole. Oh, God.
I'll call him tonight, as soon as I get off.
100%. He will.
I'll call Scott.
I call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Can you rephrase the motion? I'm sorry.
Well, it was a motion to direct the city administration to have an investigation done by our city engineers, experts, building department, DPW, within the next 30 days to see if we can determine the root cause of this issue. The problem is does there need to be a cost limitation? Because obviously I don't want to, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that.
It has to be done.
It has to be done, yeah, like it
has
is
to
what
be
it
done
is. I guess if without putting a cost, I
You're
mean,
making a motion anyway, so you're approving whatever.
yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not approving the repairs, but we're
Right.
approving the investigation. So
Yes.
we're going to trust our vendors, who we have properly vetted, and our employees to do it cost effectively.
So we have a motion, on the floor and a second. Any comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I actually do have a question, Mr. Mayor, on the motion. Ms. Baranski, I believe you indicated you'd like to see the final report of the investigation in 30 days. That'll take us past the next city council meeting.
Oh,
Is that your
Oh, I would say
intent?
by the city council,
no, yeah, my intent was to get it done so that we could get it,
done next month.
so by the next council meeting then.
Okay, so I know you all voted already. I didn't just caught that, so.
I'll make a motion to rescind my last motion. No, I was, wait, I'll make it easier on you. I literally said, I'm learning. Make a motion to amend my last motion to make the deadline for the investigation and report by the next council meeting in August.
Who seconded it?
Kat- Patrick, yeah, Patrick, sorry.
And we'll re-vote on the amendments. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So Elaine, do you think that this vendor will be understanding, or should we vote on this? I mean, what do you think?
I didn't personally talk to
Oh,
him.
fair.
So I really don't know.
I'm sure a 30-day delay right now in this process is not going to kill him, because it sounds like it might be 30 days before they are able to do the work anyway.
Yeah.
Why can't we just make the motion now? And that way we don't have to make it later and get it done. And then she can work on getting it coordinated with after we find out what's going on with the place, with the building.
So
Okay, so I'd make a motion to approve the contract for the repair of the Senior Activity Center gym as outlined in the packet with the third grade maple in lieu of second and better, pending the outcome of the investigation.
Second.
Motion and second, pending the investigation. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Denault?
Not sure about that one either.
Come on.
Pending the outcome of the investigation.
I know.
I can't let you just.
And I didn't like it either.
Unless you insist, I can't let you keep going with that one.
Nope.
I think it needs to be more in line with, unless the investigation concludes that installation
is not feasible at that
would-
moment.
Is not feasible until the underlying concerns are solved, right? I mean, isn't that really what we're doing?
Yeah, so, and then we're putting that in the hands of the city manager?
Right, so.
Make that determination.
So, investigation report comes in, city manager sees it, city manager says, oh, our experts are all saying, this is bigger than just a little bit of water got under there and we're replacing the floor and we're good. This is something that has to be done structurally. I can't move forward with putting the new floor down, even though council authorized me to do it. So just kind of pointing that out.
Okay, I'll make a motion to amend my motion to,
Cindy's going.
have the, roll the tape. Roll the tape. A motion to amend my motion to have the installation subject to, what Mr. Denal?
A determination of the,
Why don't we say, subject to our investigation concluding that it is appropriate to move forward?
Perfect.
Wordsmith.
I'm not sure that's any better, but okay.
No, because it's
It
appropriate, if
sounds
it's
better. Sounds
appropriate
more
to move
legalese.
forward.
Yeah,
Mine was layperson.
all the same language.
What, not attorneys?
Nope, I didn't.
So are we approving that we're gonna lock in this price? Because you said they can
Open
store
to.
the materials? Because if it's subject to, say there's a foundation crack or something like that, are we
So here's
putting
kind-
money, outlaying money to guarantee that price before we know, or is it?
Here's my perspective of it, is that if we have everyone take a look at it and everyone's in agreement that it's just grading, we just need to come in, do a little bit of grading, or we just need to make sure that we have this building properly ventilated to prevent any moisture from getting in, I will let you guys know and I will move forward. If it's something where we have questions, it requires a lot more work to figure out what's causing the problem, or if we pull the floor out, because obviously that's going to be our next step, is we're pulling the floor out, and we see that there's something wrong with the surface underneath, we won't be moving forward with this at that point. We'll have to do a lot more work to make it ready.
Would that company be pulling the floor out? Not us, right?
I don't know what it takes to pull a floor out. I would think that we would consult with them probably before we just start hacksawing at it.
Well, what I'm saying is if that company is gonna pull it out and replace it, then we are gonna have to put some money up front for them to at least pull it out, correct?
Our engineer?
Or is
building
that?
department and our
Or you
DPW.
said the
And Mark said he
engineering?
was gonna pull out a chunk of it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, to try to.
Okay, that's fine.
And my only other caveat would be, because the first thing that comes to mind to me is, if the engineers and the experts determine a wood floor is not conducive to the building as it is built, don't put in a wood floor. We'll have to come back with a rubber or
That's what I
some,
said.
that's kind of where I was, everything you said plus.
That's what I said the second time
Yeah.
it happened.
You did? You said don't put in a wood floor?
Yeah, just put in a general gymnasium floor that's got the,
Shame on them for not listening to you.
that's all I could have done.
You should run the city. Wait, you do run the city, I'm sorry.
No, she runs the
mayor
city.
then, mayor.
He advises.
No, I wasn't, but
That's why.
no one listened to me back then either.
Well, sometimes you mumble under your breath. It's really hard to hear you.
Gosh. Okay. Whatever motion we have,
Perfect.
same
this moment-
terminology as pending investigation, but whatever Don came up with is fine, so. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I should say no, just for the heck of it.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
All righty. That was fun. It's not-
Moving on.
Moving on.
Cleaning bid.
Senior activity cleaning bids.
So this next item that you have before you is for cleaning the Senior Activity Center. As you know, we have been dealt with a lot of problems with getting someone to clean the buildings. Between Sarah pitching in and trying to do some of the work herself, and part-time DPW people that we have, and the shortages that they're having and experiencing. And obviously, you know, they're mowing the lawns in parks, they're doing water main breaks, they're doing road service issues. We reached out to several companies. We only actually received one priced bid from Brighter Cleaning Services at $125 per time for cleaning. The recommended cleaning from the RFP we put out is 2 to 4 days a week. The school services is in that RFP as well. and looking to get that approved so that we can bring them in to start doing the cleaning and free Sarah's time up a little bit.
Okay, I think Councilwoman Baranski was first.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve a cleaning contract with Brighter Cleaning Services as outlined in the packet, scope of work and amount of times to be determined by administration.
Second.
Or second, Councilwoman Sutherland?
So I just wanted to make sure, I know we had talked before about making sure that the cleaning company is licensed and insured. So they are making sure of this, okay. And then as far as a contract duration, did you talk to them at all about any type of contract duration?
It would be an
I think
open.
that was another thing that we were concerned with last time we got bids, was the amount of the contract duration, because it was pretty expensive last time, and this is about a third of the cost, so excellent. Excellent. I'm glad that this will free up Sarah's time, because this has taken too long, in my opinion. But yeah, so contract duration, did you have any kind of discussion?
It would be an open-ended contract and
Okay, so-
subject to Don Denal reviewing and approving.
Okay, so just kind of like month by month, maybe, or something like that, yeah. Okay, I just wanted to ask those three things really quick, but, okay.
Okay,
Wonderful.
so we still have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem Schornak?
Nope, I'm for the next thing. I'm preempting.
Trying to get going.
Yep. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item N, Carnival Parade.
This should be good.
I make a motion to approve the application for the permit to close the road for the parade on the 24th of July.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for not making me call all those people back and tell them no.
Now I'm going to do it just because you said that. No.
Could I just mention that the parade, the theme of it is "If you can dream it, you can do it." It's scheduled for Sunday, July 24th, begins at noon, and it's on Garfield between Fraser High School and City Hall.
I found out
Thank
today
you,
that
Sarah and
the
Dana.
Ghostbusters will be there
And of
with their
course,
Ghostbuster mobiles.
the first one I've ever missed.
We've actually really had a lot of positive feedback
usually
from
do.
all of the previous people that I've called. I only had one person that was actually kind of rude and irate with me. But other than that, like, everyone's been really excited to jump back in. So it's good.
Ms. Blakey, did you have something?
I do have a quick question. Last year, we had the fireworks, correct? Okay. Elaine, I wouldn't expect you to remember this, and if you do, you win door number 2, but the Lions usually paid us in August or September. Do you recall getting a check from them? Anybody?
Yeah.
We did?
Nope.
Okay, because we had discussed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
No, we just wanted to make sure.
We were keeping track of that in BSNA and did make sure that we got reimbursed from them.
Good.
They were very quick about it.
Now we can sleep tonight, see? Okay, thank you.
They have been good partners, and I'm sure will continue to be good partners.
Along those lines, did we approve, not saying we're not going to, but did they come and did we approve the carnival this year? Did I miss
I think we were on a 3-year contract.
5-year
Oh.
contract.
Oh.
We approved 3 years.
We approved 3 years?
We approved 3 years.
Was that the first time then we did that?
Ever.
Well, we never had a contract for forever.
Right.
And we did
And then
one
we did-
year, 1 year. And so the
Because-
last time we did, when you finally got involved,
We had to do 3 years because that was the only way the carnival people themselves, the entertainment would be there. They had to get into that contract with them.
okay, perfect. People are asking me and I'm like,
We have one more year.
We have 1 more year.
perfect, good. Yay, thanks for doing that and saving us time.
Done. Moving on. Financial.
Item O, Finance Policies and Procedures.
So one of the deficiencies that was noted in our audit from the deficiencies noted from the state due to our audit is some of these financial policies. We do have a deadline that we're required to either provide notice or provide a policy within 30 days. We're still in that window. You have a couple of the policies here that Sarah has been working on that are the required ones. We'll have more in the future, but for right now, we're looking to approve the capital asset management policy and the policies and procedures cash management. This is what Sarah has put together. Obviously, these are policies. They can be changed at any time. So this is a first draft, I think similar to kind of some of the experiences that we've had with some other things. We start working our way through them. We may find that there are some things that we need to improve, and we can certainly do that at any time in the future.
Councilwoman Kolka.
I'm going to abstain from voting on this. I don't have that draft because my packet came from the internet.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'll make a motion to approve the comprehensive financial policies as provided in the
Support. Do a motion and a second. Any comments and questions on the motion? Council, any comments, questions? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Department of Public Safety hiring. Interim Director Gillis.
Come on down.
Are you sure you're ready, John, for this now? Are you finally ready, right? Last but not least. Yeah.
Go ahead, you have the
Go ahead. All right, excellent. Wait for my cue. I'm here tonight as part of our succession plan. We have currently 5 full-time firefighter paramedics with our department. Last month, I regretfully had to take a retirement letter from one of our paramedics. Randy Mojo is retiring after 35 years with the city. 18 as a full-time paramedic, so we're losing a strong employee with a lot of knowledge and experience. We currently have an active paramedic list with 2 candidates on it. They're both highly qualified. So I'm requesting permission to hire the number one, or at least offer the number one candidate the position, effective to hire him on August 1st so we can begin the training process. That normally takes 8 to 10 weeks. We finish the training process prior to Medic Mojo retiring, and we kind of maintain our staffing of 5 throughout the transition. It's similar to the succession plan that has been adopted for our public safety officers.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Absolutely, this plan should be in place. The question I have for you, so you said there's 2 on the list.
Correct.
Is there any forecasted additional needs that we could hire both and train both now for vacancies? I mean, I know that it's sort of a stepping stone position for some. We don't get lucky with, like we did with this paramedic, but
Yes, I've heard rumors that another medic is planning on leaving the department, but I have not gotten any official word from them, and I don't want to make any promises that this person's leaving in case they change their mind. Our goal would someday try to get to 6 paramedics full-time. That's not something that I've prepared to answer any questions for.
No, yeah.
Why we have a need for that.
And I just know that in the interviewing process and then in the exit interviews that we've done, there's been a lot of conversations about different staffing models. And one of the suggestions was utilizing paramedics, or, this role, in some additional services which would help free up the PSOs and command staff to do,
Correct. Our goal right now with the 5 medics is we do have 2/3 of our shifts that have double coverage, which we would only then need to send 1 PSO on a medical call instead of sending 2 with the ambulance. The other thing that we have been doing is if PSOs aren't filling overtime, we do have a second paramedic come in to work the ambulance in lieu of that PSO for overtime. So we're maintaining our staffing level of 5.
Perfect. And then how competitive of a market is it for the paramedics? I know it's obviously a very competitive market for the police officers and the firefighters right now. I was driving down and saw a banner on a city saying now hiring. Is it pretty competitive for the paramedics?
I would say it's competitive. I've been in contact with our number one candidate just to keep him informed of the process because I want to be transparent with him about what our prospects are. The number 2 person I haven't been in communication with since the oral board procedure was done because I didn't really have an answer for any kind of timeline for them.
And when was that, oral boards?
June, beginning of June.
So I guess the question that I want to propose to council is there any thought about, I know, I just know that that is a kind of a cyclical, this is very rare that someone retires as a paramedic.
He would, I assume, be, to my knowledge, our first
would be the
firefighter
Right.
paramedic that retires, yes.
And the opportunity cost to train two at the same time, when we have two that are deemed qualified, it just popped in, when you said that, I was like, should we bite the bullet? Because it does free up, it's the cheapest labor source to allow the PSOs and other, I don't know, and maybe it's too much, but.
I think last budget suggested we do a 6th medic, if you remember, we talked about a 6th.
Right.
Leave some of the overtime.
Right, and
But now with John, they may have plans to do something like that, but.
Yeah, and my motion would be not forever yet, but at least while we had this opportunity, so it would create it, sort of an advance in case that person does leave. We don't want them to leave, but, so you get 6, and then if someone leaves, you're back to 5 until we budget it. I don't know what the flavor of the council is, but that's the motion I'm gonna make, is to hire 2. If, I don't necessarily need you to retest and all that, but hire 2 paramedics.
Yes, I would be more than happy to reach out to our second candidate as well as our first and offer them both positions if that's what the council deems that I'm able to do. It would give us a 6th in the meantime, and then if that medic does choose to move on to their other opportunity, then we would have our 5th.
I've always wanted to say so. You got my support.
You're like Oprah.
Any other?
I was just, that's okay.
He's like, so happy.
No, I just had a question before I would know what I thought about that motion, which is, so of the 2 candidates, you clearly have one that you believe is a better fit for the role that you would select over the other. I just want to make sure that we're not hiring the second one because we have a second body. Like, it was a close call, or you would still want this second person too? Like, we're not just hiring this second person because we can. Like, you would also want this person.
Correct. Their scores were both similar.
Okay.
One stood out a little bit more. He's currently a paid-on-call. He's aware of our department, so he's able to answer questions a little better, but this other medic also has experience, and I was very impressed with the interview and thought it'd be a great opportunity if we were able to hire him based on if we did get that second resignation letter.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I understood whether you really thought that they were both good candidates and that we weren't just going to take the second one on just to take the second one on. So, okay, thank you.
Fraser's always looked at the medics as such a high valued person because it's serving our residents the life-saving care. I mean, so
Yeah.
I know being firsthand at this
Yeah.
process that these medics go through in the interview process, and, we in administrations always strive to get the best. Without it.
It's just like getting a
So,
new fire
because the
truck.
medics is so important. Councilwoman Kolka.
I just kind of have just a logistical question. So this last budget cycle, you approved 6 paramedics in the budget? 5. So then this one that's retiring will then bring us to 4, and then if we gave you direction to hire 2, then you'd be up to 6.
Yes.
So then we need a budget amendment.
Maybe, maybe not, because overtime's going down, other costs are going down, and if the person leaves, it's the succession planning on steroids.
Being proactive.
Yep.
Right, instead of reactive.
Yep.
Sure.
Because the list will expire at
We're
some
always
point,
reactive.
then you have to retest.
Well, we're trying not to be, remember?
No, I'm trying to be super proactive.
Okay. Okay. No, I like it. I like it, so, okay.
And fingers crossed, then all of those come to fruition, so we don't need a big budget adjustment. Except for, actually, I want a big, because I don't want the paramedic to leave, so,
So second.
in case they're watching.
Well, second that, your motion then.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Odell.
Just a quick question. Do we know the dollar amount that's going to add to the budget approximately? If we're having, It may or may not require a budget amendment, but for a started,
Based on the biweekly pay with fringe benefits, it works out to be $2,600 every 2 weeks for adding the additional employee. The pay, I believe, was over budget last year for the paramedics, so we would need to make an adjustment to that. Their overtime was under, their pay was higher because most of the medics take their overtime as comp time, so that comes out of a different line item, so that's why the overtime was under, because they were taking it as comp, which came out as their part of their salary.
okay, thank you.
So like $62,000 a year?
I don't have the exact contract.
I did the math.
This was just for what we, what their hourly rate is, plus the 35% for the fringe benefits.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. I did want to comment on Randy Mojo. Actually, he went to the fire academy with me, and that was in 1988.
God, you're old. I had
So
to.
we graduated together. We graduated together and started here together, and he was a great. And he serves on the honor guard too. My understanding, Randy still is willing to stay on the honor guard as an honorary member to help us with the honor guard to do funerals and special memorial events and stuff like that too. So we'll still see him around. But
Good.
congratulations to Randy and
Absolutely.
job well done. And he's been one of our top medics for sure.
You will definitely be missed.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know when the retirement is.
Absolutely.
So, and that I will call a vote. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What about our
opposed?
public?
Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Randy.
Oh, you're just.
Oh, and you know what, really quick, can we next time make sure that he's moved up a little bit? He's been sitting here the whole meeting.
Yeah.
And that,
Good point.
so thank you, Captain Gillis. We won't make you sit next time. I'll be more conscientious that. Yeah.
You didn't want to comment about that? You're killing me, Smalls.
Thank you.
Item R, Recreation Commission Liaison.
We've talked about this a little bit previously in the meeting. This is something that, I'm sorry.
David was doing it. We have to replace David.
Yes, yes.
Who wants it?
Did you just raise your hand?
No, I went like this. Is
I think Patrick would do a fabulous job.
that a motion?
Can I make a motion too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna,
He would still have to start
I make a motion, I know.
Still have to
I make a motion that Mr. Odell be our liaison. I think he would do a fabulous job.
Second.
Motion
Will
and
you
second.
accept?
Will you accept?
Will you accept?
3 kids in sports, council. Yes, I'll accept that.
I think you'd do a great job.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You can't vote no, so.
You can.
Motion carries.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Report of city administration.
No.
Nope.
5, full-time clerical, S.
S,
Added
remember,
right.
we wrote that one in.
Snuck that one in.
Yes, I did sneak that one in.
Go sneaky sneak.
Yeah. So this is for the full-time position that Hunter is currently working in, and as I mentioned earlier, transferring over to the DPW position. This isn't adding adding anything to the head count. This is just affirming that we have the authority to be able to backfill the position due to the transfer.
Okay.
I will make the motion to go ahead and give you guys permission to go hire and replace, or a replacement of the full-time clerk.
Oh, I have a question.
I do too.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'll second the motion, but I thought we had previously made a motion to replace the DPW, but I guess that's been done internally, so I just don't want to, I guess I want to make sure we're not,
We're just switching chairs.
yeah, right, you know what I'm saying?
It's more so kind of a housekeeping clarification.
Yeah, no,
We had the permission to fill the
Did
one
that.
position. We've shifted that and it created.
You filled it.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not you get
Just so the record is clear that it,
We're not adding bodies.
we're not adding bodies.
Not adding bodies.
We're playing the rotation game.
I second that motion then.
There a motion and a second? Any comments and questions from the audience? Back to council, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just way too quiet in the audience. Just saying.
Report of city administration.
All right, I will try and keep this brief. We, through the assistance of AEW, have been awarded the Drinking Water Asset Management Grant in the amount of $410,480. This is to help us with the state mandated lead service line recording. Thanks to DPS and all of their team and all of the other communities that helped with the incident that we had in Fraser. Certainly a job well done. I don't think things and all the situation could have happened and come into place any better than they could have with the outcome. So kudos to you and everyone on the team that assisted with that. We had a resident complaint recently regarding an issue with GFL, our waste contractor, that there was some type of dispute, I'm not sure, possibly racial. I don't want to get into too much detail about it, but it certainly is not the kind of behavior that we would condone at all as a city. GFL, it's a contractor that we work with. There was an incident with a employee that they had and one of our residents. Certainly not something that I would ever stand for, especially with any of our employees. We did work with GFL. Obviously, it's their employee, it's their responsibility to handle that issue internally. At the minimum, we said that we did not want that employee back in the community. I don't know what they have done above and beyond that. We are still trying to get a video from the resident to see if there's anything more that we need to do. But at this point in time, we are moving forward with it. This is an isolated incident with GFL. And, we have a contract that extends through 2025 with them, and hopefully there will be no more issues.
Elaine, just for note, she did reach out to me, and I have further information that if you need it, I can give you as far as timing and dates and all that stuff, so I do have that.
Great, thank you. Klein Road, the concrete project that they have done there is completed, or I believe pretty much completed. It is back open to traffic now. Legal and engineering bids are due tomorrow. We have a number of each, so hopefully we will get some good responses for the next meeting for you to consider. We held the road meeting for the industrial park. There were 20 members from the industrial park that were at the meeting, along with the mayor, myself, and representatives from AEW. We gave them a lot of information. One thing that I promised is that we're going to put together a page on our website to be able to get a lot more information out there and kind of be a clearinghouse for information for any of those businesses that want to look into that. We will be working on that more in the future. The spray patching that they've been doing was, I think, kind of favorably discussed at the meeting. They have completed about, I'd say, half of the sub. They had to go off and do another job that they were already committed to before they contracted with us. They should be back sometime in August to complete the spray patching there. I had a meeting with our banking authority. Sarah and I both met with them virtually, and we're looking at some of the investment options for us to hopefully make a little bit more money now that rates are going up, and try and benefit from that. I will be at a conference next week. My Michigan Municipal Executives Conference is over in Holland, so most of the week I will be over there, but certainly checking my email while I'm gone, and Sarah should be in the office. I would like to congratulate Mark Ragsdale. He has renewed his S1 license, so we are good with that for another 3 years to 2025. So thank you for that hard work. I know it's not an easy thing to keep up with those certifications, and it's something that we really do need. Another great thing, the Community Development Block Grant for the Senior Activity Center electronic sign has been approved. So I think that was a $40,000+. So we'll be starting to move forward on that. So congratulations to everyone. I know Cindy helped out quite a bit, and Sarah. So we'll be very excited to move forward on that. We have contacted the vendor regarding the play equipment at Somerset Park. I did get some more photos from the resident about where the kids are actually climbing on this piece of property. And, you know, talking about things can only go so far, but a picture tells just so much more. So to be able to provide that to the manufacturer and have them work with us to try to find some way to help alleviate the situation should be very helpful. So I should have more information on that in the future. We did get an estimate from the Macomb County Sheriff for the dispatch. I forwarded that on to everyone. Unfortunately, without all of the groups going to them at the same time, it's probably pretty cost prohibitive, unfortunately. Meadows Park, the contractor was out and has done a lot of restoration, cleanup. They redid the concrete. I know Mark has talked to them quite a few times, had them out, taking a look at the condition of the soil and the grass and everything. So we're getting much closer to having that complete. The primary election, August 2nd. So I just want to make sure everybody knows about that. And then Board of Review meets next week on the 19th. I think that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Report of Mayor and Council. You went first last time, didn't you? Councilwoman Bransky.
First thing on my note, vote. It doesn't matter whether you're going to vote yes, no, pro, con, vote. It's the only way you get your say, and especially in Fraser, where a couple of votes makes a difference. August 2nd. I want to thank the department heads. I can't remember if I did it last time or not, but almost 3 years now I've been on council, and the reporting that we have gotten over the last couple of months particularly has been exactly what I expected when I came onto council. Equipped with information, literally hour by hour updates when appropriate, the data, it's just made it so much easier for us to not look uninformed and to be able to diffuse situations before they begin. So thank you, Elaine, for making sure, and thank you to all the department heads for really stepping up and helping us do our job. I also want to encourage the residents. We've gotten a lot of residents reaching out to us, and thank you for addressing one of the resident complaints. Please reach out to us. We don't know what we don't know, and if you email us, if you call us, we're responsive. We can't all respond. We have rules about how we can respond and stuff, but please feel free to reach out because we want to know your concerns, and I want to, again, thank the department heads. As we forwarded issues, they're contacting the residents and having open dialogue about why we are or are not doing something, and I just feel like information goes a long way, so I just want to keep that going. And I look forward to working as a team in a collaborative and productive process. Everyone have a great rest of your summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will reiterate what Amy said. Vote. It's important. Every election, every issue is important. Let yourself be heard. As I mentioned earlier, I have been helping out with the parade. The deadline for applications is tomorrow, but if you have any ideas or you have anything you'd like to contribute or volunteer with the parade is July 24th at noon. Feel free to reach out to myself or Assistant City Manager Sarah Mastretta. We'd be happy to assist you with that. If you are interested in participating, you can email my city council email, dana.s@micityoffraser.com, and I can get you an application to the parade. And happy to answer any other questions. Other than that, get your wristbands. I think they're $25 in advance for the carnival, $30 at the door, and hope to see everybody out there.
Thank you. Mr. Riddell.
Yep, next week is the Fraser Lions Carnival, July 21st through, Thursday, July 21st through Sunday, July 24th, with fireworks approximately at 10 o'clock. It's going to be a great event, as it always is. We had probably the biggest crowd that I can imagine that we've ever had last year, so I expect with the lack of activities around the area, a lot of cities canceled some of their events, that it's going to be a huge event again this year. I'll be working it in the beer tent probably all 4 days, so come by, say hi, and it all goes to very worthwhile charities and the local community here. As far as the parade, I'm excited for that. Excited to go. Sign me up to work wherever you need me to on Saturday or Sunday. Sunday. Yep, whatever you need me for, I'm there. I'm there.
I'm already double. I'll be there.
And Fraser First will be selling raffle tickets at the on the Sunday there for fireworks for $5 a piece. It's one of their bigger fundraisers in the summer. So stop by their booth and pick yourself up a couple tickets, and goes towards things like the Zip Cruise that we just opened up not less than a month ago. Tried it myself. I was worried about it would hold my weight. It held my weight just perfectly, so it was a lot of fun. And I know I see lions out there every time I drive by the park, so I'm glad it's getting a great use. And finally, also, I'm just so happy the city is pursuing grants, because there was a story recently out there that Macomb County is not pursuing as much grant money out there as they could probably get, and if we can get free money to get the services that we need in Fraser, I think it's very important that all our department heads become very well-versed in applying for grants, because the city, we need every dollar we can get. So other than that, like Amy said, have a great summer, and hopefully see you guys all next week.
Thank you. Well, it's bittersweet to be up here, of course, under the circumstances. And I didn't want any real fanfare, because obviously David is an amazing person and an amazing councilman. But I want to let the city know that you have my word and you have my commitment to working in the best interest of the city. And as I've always said, I have no personal agenda. I don't have any animosity towards anybody up here. And at the end of the day, it's about the city. It's about the city being number one. And being on council, that is what has always been at the forefront of the decisions that I have always made. And a lot of those decisions have been very difficult. Over the last 4 years, it's been very difficult, the decisions we've had to make. But anybody that has gone through that process will tell you that we are in a much better place now than we were 4 years ago. And I know that because I know all of the things that had to be done. And yes, it does take a mental toll, because it isn't easy, it isn't popular, but it had to be done. And my commitment to this city is going to be just as it was with David. I'm going to give the city 100% of my effort and my time, and to my colleagues. And I want to quash any hatchets, any negativity, any toxicity that may have gone on in the last 5 years. It needs to go away. We need to move forward, because this ain't going to work. We need to move forward in the best interest of the city. That's it. And have a great summer and all the great things that everybody else just said. Thank you.
Ms. Blanky. You have the floor.
Me?
He's like, wait.
Suzanne, sort of piggyback on what you're saying. Obviously, everyone knows that I've been involved a long time here, and I want to just say that Dave Winowicki was one of the most extraordinary men that I ever worked with on this council. No offense. Anyway, you two. But anyhow, he really was a standout. There are a couple, through the years. And what was neat is I didn't know he or his wife before he ran. Mm-hmm. He, when he ran the first time, he started late, he didn't do a whole lot, blah, blah, blah. And he was very close to being victorious. we talk about Fraser's identity. Debbie and David are the identity. They are the priceless commodity that you can't define, you don't hold, you don't try to categorize. They are the real thing, and it has been a pleasure. And I really, as I'm sure we will too, miss him up here. And God bless you, Dave, because you did a wonderful job, and I'm grateful for your friendship. Thank you for everything that you gave Fraser. And everyone have a good month. See you next month. God bless us. Good night.
Thank you. Pro Tem.
I'll just reiterate what everybody has said about David and Debbie and leave it at that because they are my neighbors. And I am going to miss them greatly. The other thing is, of course, the museum is having their open house on August the 7th from 1 to 4, and they are also having a barn sale. They said they have a lot of great things that have been donated, and I have a whole bunch more that are coming their way because I am not a garage sale person. I do not have that patience. So anyway, to that. And I wanted to say a special congratulations to Miss Sutherland for passing her LSAT. So good for you. That's a huge accomplishment. And unfortunately, because I have a work commitment on the same day we have our fair, I won't be there until much later in the day. But I hope everybody has a good time and everybody is safe and people drink responsibly at the beer tent. That would be a nice change for the public safety, I'm sure. So, other than that, I hope everybody just continues to watch out for their neighbors because you know, you've got some elderly neighbors or some neighbors who maybe can't do things the way they used to. And I find it's very helpful if you have been in your neighborhood for a long time to get out there and help your neighbors. So just kind of want to throw that out there, especially with fall, not so far behind us or in front of us. I know, but still, it comes so quickly these days. I can't even believe we're already in the middle of July. So it's a good thing to be there to help. So.
I really don't have much. As Lane said, we had the road meeting with the businesses. Actually, was really well received. I mean, we told them $18 million. No one threw a fit. No one's like, who's paying for this? And
no one died right there. What?
we actually had a couple of people who said, yeah, they liked the assessments ideas, but I think we should have some pretty good success moving forward. And again, it was really well received, and they were so glad that we were there and doing it. So. They were surprised too.
Well past due.
Yes. So I did tell them that we've been talking about for a long time, but now we are talking about it all the time. So again, it was well received, and A&W did a great job, and Lane, and thank you Carmela Foods for letting us use your facility. That they had lunch set up in their dining room area where they teach people to cook. So it was kind of nice. So city picnic. Everyone be careful. Firefighters will be out there again doing first aid for everybody and serving water and stuff like that. But please keep an eye on your children. I think we had a record amount of lost kids last year. Public safety is busy enough where they don't have to be searching for parents. But we always end up with the kids and keep an eye on your kids and be safe. And we'll be out there to help out any way we can. So that's all I have. Audience to be heard. Anybody in the audience? Oh. How about in TV land?
See a hand up on TV land.
I see Miss Lessage. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, good evening. Laura Lessage, 15201 Fairview. I just want to welcome Councilwoman Kalka back to the council, and I think it's important that we have all 7 seats filled, and you did it right. You got it done in the same evening, and now we can have 7 people there to voice their concerns, their opinions, their business that needs to get done. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank Sarah Mistretta for working on the parade. We had a conversation a few weeks ago, and then I noticed she reached out to the council, and I want to thank Dana Sutherland, Councilman Sutherland, for volunteering to help. And of course, I will be there along with Pat to do whatever we need to do on that day on Sunday. A couple things, I haven't done Zoom in a while, so I was pretty slow to hit the button that I wanted to speak after some of the motions. So I'm just gonna say a couple things. The gym floor has been out of commission for a month or more. So it kind of surprised me that nothing was looked at as far as what was going on with that floor before a motion was made today to have it looked at. So I just think that the city administration, for one, should be proactive in looking into that before they just turn around and go and try to get bids to fix it. Because you're right, you guys did the right thing. Let's find out what the problem is with this floor. So I appreciate that. The other thing is the full-time position for the recreation coordinator. I would think you would trust your HR director in her needs into this position. You did not question too much about your previous vendor that was doing HR. So I was surprised that there was a lot of back and forth on whether or not you needed this full-time position, when clearly you do. And Councilman Sutherland said it very nicely, that this poor person doing 5 different jobs, you're gonna overwork her, and that's not a good thing. You need to have some quality work in that environment. So I really am surprised that that happened, but I appreciate that. You went forward, you're gonna get this person, hopefully, and you move forward with, yeah, I'm all about moving forward with everything. The other couple things I wanted to ask too is, the park signs were already done, I thought, over a month ago, and I've not seen anything put up yet, so I'm a little surprised that it's been over a month and we don't have any signs, and we have the Lions Club coming up with their fair, and there's no sign to say this is Stebbins Park, although people will know that there's a party going on in the park. And the other thing, Councilman Odell mentioned the raffle tickets for the Fraser First Booster Club. The prize itself, it's called a Camp Brown Place or whatever, and it's worth $500. So a $5 ticket can go a long way. Plus, there's a second prize of a $200 gift card at the Meyer store. So please get your tickets. You can get them online. You can get them, go to the Fraser First page and order them right now. And like you said, they'll be at the fair selling the tickets too. That's all I have, so thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? See no hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to give the city council an update on the park signs and the welcome to the city signs. The last I met with the contractors, we went to each individual place to get the proper setting, the measurements. The signs are being built now. They told us it would be either the end of August or should be the first week of September. Just like everything else, they are waiting on parts to be shipped, so there's some shipping issues.
Thanks, Mark.
And Mark, just,
No, he can still hear you.
I was just saying, Mark, some of the old monuments, there's still some brass plaques and some of the Fraser signs. Make sure you save those for the historical commission.
Yes, we have those. We'll be saving the brass plaques for them, and then the actual Albert Steffens plaque is being mounted on
Right.
signposts.
Right, okay. Perfect, just want to make sure. Because I didn't want those to get thrown away accidentally. Okay, I would like to make the motion to go into closed session, labor union contract negotiation strategy, Teamsters Local 214 DPW.
Second.
Have a second, please call roll call vote.
Yes.
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 Go into closed session at 9:55.
I'm last alphabetically again.
Oh, my God, that's horrible.
I was cracking up.
We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:13 PM. Councilwoman Kalka.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the ratified agreement with DPW.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to ratify the contract as submitted.
Labor contract, labor union contract.
All, any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mayor Pro Tem.
Next.
I was going to say, I am making a motion to go into closed doors to consider the written legal opinion of the city attorney exempt from discussion or disclosure.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Got to do roll call. It's closed
Oh,
session.
yeah, that's right.
Look at, I'm learning. You were getting up and getting ready to go in.
I know how it's going to go.
Watch this.
Just because you said
'Cause
that.
I want to go home.
Yep, come on.
Yes.
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 Closed session at
You guys have your
10:15 PM.
sidebars going on. I don't know
2/3 out.
whether
Need a motion?
I'll make the motion to instruct our city attorney to move forward with the as discussed, as discussed.
Closed session.
In closed session. I was going to say as recommended, but okay.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Oh, we need, no, sorry, aye.
No, we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Go!